Good morning. It's 17 minutes past 5. Sunday morning, the 6th of the 8th, 23. Come on, Sally.
Afra, who was born beneath the rubble of her collapsed home. The BBC has caught up with her and challenges a new family is facing 6 months on. Hanan Rezak reports.
It was seen as a miracle, a moment of hope, following February's devastating earthquake in Syria and Turkey. Baby Afra was rescued after being born beneath the rubble of a collapsed building. All of her close family, including her mother, were killed. But now, Afra has a new life, adopted by her uncle, the man who pulled her from the rubble.
I started to dig with my hands in the rubble. Then I could hear a voice. So I carried on, and thank God, Afra came up in my hands. She was still attached to her mother by her umbilical cord when I found her.
The video of Afra's rescue in the Syrian town of Gendeiz went viral around the world. The attention was intense, and offers to adopt her flooded in. Her relatives were worried about her safety, even in hospital.
With the help from the police, we managed to get extra security to protect her. The doctors at the hospital didn't seem to believe that I was her relative. I felt that he didn't want to give her to me.
After After a DNA test proved the family are related to Afra, they were able to live with her. Since then, they turned down offers to live abroad in the UK and the United Arab Emirates.
The reason is I was scared they would take Afra away from me. I was also scared they would take my children away from me. That was what I feared the most.
As the family feel they can't move abroad, they are searching for a permanent place to live in Syria. Khalil's home was destroyed in the earthquake, so for 2 months following the disaster, he moved to this camp with Afra, his wife, and their 7 children. Thanks to help from well-wishers, they have been able to rent this house, but they say it's very expensive, and they don't know how much longer they will be able to stay here.
I lost everything. It was like going back to square one. I can't even afford sending my kids to school, but there are people living in worse conditions in Jinderis.
The road ahead might be difficult, but the family are grateful for the chance for a new start following a disaster which killed 4,000 people in northwestern Syria alone. Hanan Razik, BBC News.
Now, a remarkable story about 2 orphans rescued from Russian-occupied territories of Ukraine. A 15-year-old and a 16-year-old have recently lost their father. Instead of staying in their home village, they decided to flee. Details of their rescue operation are still kept secret, but the children shared their story when they were settling in Kyiv. Oksana Kondrenko reports.
This brother and sister can hardly believe it is okay to just stop and play.
There was no ping pong during occupation. Children don't even play football in the stadiums.
Ilona and Maxim Pavlyuk are orphans who spent over a year in hiding under Russian occupation. Their mom died years ago, and ailing father had kept them in the house since the Russians came to their village in southern Ukraine.
I wasn't studying, I haven't finished school, I don't have any documents, so I'm considered a dummy, I guess. I couldn't go anywhere because my dad was worried. He said the Russians could rape me or kill me. There have been such cases.
When the father eventually died, Ilona and Maxim were worried that they would be forced to move to Russia, given Russian passports, and sent to orphanage or adopted, so they decided to flee. A daring escape was organized by volunteers who helped the children first to go to Russia itself, then to Belarus, and eventually to Ukraine.
We were crossing the border when I saw a sign reading Ukraine. I started to cry. Since the war began, I wanted Ukrainian soldiers to come and save us.
Since the invasion of Ukraine, Moscow claims it has gathered hundreds of thousands of vulnerable children in occupied territories, taking them to Russia. Kyiv calls it a crime against humanity, for which Putin has been indicted by the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Charity Save Ukraine says they have rescued over 200 kids.
Повернути дітей-сиріт набагато складніше.
It is much harder to bring back an orphan child. The Russians assign a legal guardian to them to replace the previous guardian they had on Ukrainian territory, or they place the child into an adoptive family. After that, no possible agreements can work, and it is very hard to get the child back.
This story has a happy ending. Ilona and Maxim will soon live with their stepmother. They are finally free and safe, relatively.
And there's plenty more updates from Ukraine on the website, of course, to keep up to date there, and the BBC News app. And if you are online, get me on social media at Al Vaughan Jones. I'm Lewis Vaughan Jones. This is BBC News. Bye-bye.
Hello. After Saturday's weather, I'll tell you straight away that the outlook is looking significantly better for many parts of the UK over the coming days. Even Sunday will bring a delightful start to the day with some sunshine. Now, Storm Anthony swept across southern parts of the UK, but affected mostly the southwest in terms of the severe gales. It's still clipping early in the morning, East Anglia and the southeast, so more of a breeze here, perhaps a few showers through the early hours and maybe through the morning into the afternoon, but for the vast majority of us, it's a quiet start to the day. These are the temperatures around 8 o'clock in the morning. A little fresh out there, 10 in the lowlands of Scotland, 12 or 13 in the south. So through the morning and the afternoon, bit of a breeze there on that Lincolnshire coastline and into the southeast and East Anglia. Showers will develop through the course of the morning into the afternoon, but many of us should miss the showers, and actually, compared to what we've had, it's not going to be bad at all. Temperatures still a little low, around 16 to 18 degrees, maybe 20 or 21 in the southeast. But the good news is that Sunday evening is looking fine, and it should be a calm end to the weekend. How about Monday? Well, high pressure is trying to push in that weather. It's trying to settle down, but this little area of low pressure is also sneaking in at the same time. Now, this isn't gale force winds, but it is a fair amount of cloud and perhaps some rain reaching southwestern parts of the country. I don't think it's going to be particularly heavy, and actually for many of us, Monday's looking absolutely fine across Scotland or through northern England and into central parts of Britain as well. Sunny spells and just a few showers. Now let's take a look at that jet stream, because it's all about the jet stream, isn't it? It's sort of meandering across the Atlantic, pushing the weather systems. But look what happens through the middle end of the week. It sort of diverts to the north, and it opens up the doors to warmer air, a little more settled weather coming in from the south. Now, we're not expecting anything particularly extreme in terms of the temperatures, but they are going to rise, perhaps mid or high 20s. Doesn't always mean it'll be sunny, but at least better compared to what we've had. Bye-bye.
You experienced racism. Why didn't you walk away?
That's a really good question.
You're a politician.
I'm not a politician. I don't read the polls.
Yeah, you
I
are
sit
a
in Judiciary Committee. No,
you are very definitely a politician.
No.
The very fact that there were not people that looked like you.
Hold on, I'm only halfway through my answer.
Is secret schooling happening across Afghanistan for girls?
It does.
You simply can't assume that.
Actually, yes, you can.
Hard talk. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
This is the first submarine known to have been used to bring cocaine from South America to Europe. It's homemade, and it travelled 4,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean.
So the group's just arrived in Kiev, but this is just the very first stage of an extremely long and arduous journey to try and get their children back.
I'd love for us to be in a position where we have a political system that represents our entire society, something that builds on the framework that was laid out by the Good Friday Agreement 25 years ago.
Some of the migrants took with them samples of soil of their homeland. I can very much relate to that. I know how it feels to lose your home.
Now, women also have an identity. Earlier, only men were known by their names. Now, women are identified as individuals too.
Inspiring short films from the BBC. Watch on iPlayer.
This is BBC News, the headlines. Decision time for Niger as a deadline given by West African leaders for the military to reinstate the country's ousted president is due to expire later today. They have warned that the country may face military action if the deadline isn't met. In the UK, people who are wrongly jailed will no longer have their living costs taken out of their compensation payments, following the case of Andy Malkinson, who served 17 years for a crime he didn't commit. More than 50 people have been detained in Pakistan for protesting against ex-Prime Minister Imran Khan's 3-year prison sentence for corruption. Arrests were made in cities including Peshawar, Lahore, and Karachi. And President Zelensky says a Russian-guided bomb has hit a blood transfusion center in northeastern Ukraine. Now on BBC News, it's time for Click.
This week, Lara is checking out some fast food. Sort of.
I've just been told to stand back because things might get messy. Don't know how messy.
The laundry, making fast fashion greener.
And
The milk.
yeah, I think that's fast enough. Thank you.
Pizza baking, burger flipping, salad tossing.
Over the years, we've seen food robots chop, fry, and saute their way across the kitchen, saving us from one job at a time.
I'm such a lazy chef. I love eating the food, but I want to make making it as quick as possible.
See, I don't mind cooking as long as you don't mind eating the same stuff every day.
Well, I think they're the solution for both of our problems.
Right.
Over the years, we've seen more and more things become automated in the kitchen with various gadgets, but now the robotic kitchen may be upon us.
This is the first to market Robo Kitchen from Moley Robotics.
It's fully reliable product which you can put actually at home or restaurant everywhere, and it's safe.
It's time for lunch. What are you making, Ray?
Today we actually want to make omelette. Choose the recipe.
Its arm sets the temperature, grasps items, and moves with military precision to deliver ingredients.
Next operation is pour the egg.
And it knows how much to measure.
Yes.
Look, it's got the egg in the ladle.
Yeah.
And it's just trying to get any extra bits off so it doesn't drip. Got to keep the kitchen clean. Otherwise, a human's got to do that cleaning.
Yes.
Pre-training with recipe data and sensors teaches the arm exact amounts and actions.
And now it's taking the next implement. How's it going to mix? In a slightly robotic way, it's doing the job.
Of course, you don't have to stand by and watch, but for the first time at least, it's pretty mesmerising.
It's off to get the cheese. Oh, it dropped a bit. Still a bit stuck to the tongs. It's going to shake that off, and then the tongs back there, tidier than any human would ever be.
Also, it's designed for constantly cooking, so it can cook without stopping. In the hotel or in senior house or in restaurant, I want to serve for 10 people at 2 o'clock, for example. And it can start cooking to be able to serve 10 or 15 people at 2 o'clock.
A human does still need to do the dishes, though.
There we go. So far, so good. And now to try it. Lovely. The big difference between this and my own is this should turn out the same every time.
So far, 10 chefs have contributed to over 50 recipes to the Moley database, ranging from stir-fries to curries, and more will be added when it becomes available in September. But there is still manual labour involved.
A lot of chopped up vegetables here, which looks like a human has done most of the work already.
Yes, but these vegetables and this container could be delivered from delivery service as a pack for this particular recipe.
Okay, so you could even avoid the chopping.
Dishes like this sweet potato soup can be personalised, and in future you'll be able to input your own recipes as well.
But I don't eat garlic or onions, so I've asked for it to be taken out.
Though it does take the robot several days to get the new recipes right.
Like anything, you usually need a time to perfect anything which you make.
That's right. Practice makes perfect, even for robots.
Absolutely.
Now for the liquid.
That stock, spiced coconut milk and some seasoning.
Ah, time for salt and pepper. That looks like such a clumsy stir.
It is impressive, but costing a whopping 50,000 quid. Who's going to shell out for this spectacle?
First of all, it's a lot of place when the chef doesn't want to work. For example, night shift, because nobody wants to sit down during the whole night and wait the order. Or if he wants to have a nice dish in the middle of nowhere, and for example, chef doesn't want to work there. He wants to work in the center of London. So that could be also the good options.
I can imagine it being used in the commercial space, but I do struggle to imagine many people actually having it in their home.
The strategy of the company is continue working on the machine and continue to make it more and more affordable. So one day, for sure, as we promised before, it will cost much less, maybe 25, maybe 30K. So that's our goal.
That's still quite a jump from a standard kitchen, and it will sometimes need a wipe down.
I've just been told to stand back as things might get messy. Don't know how messy. So I normally make more than that, to be fair.
For me, it's been totally effortless, but the real proof is not in the pudding, but in this soup.
Mmm. Delicious. Oh, it's got a bit of a kick to it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Very well blended by the robot and the blender.
Yeah, and the chef who created this recipe.
And the software engineer that trained the robot what to do. There's more people involved in the making of this soup than I'd have thought. Good though.
Now then, the race is on. Not on the racetrack, but in our city centres. See, lots of companies are vying to lead the way in remote-controlled cars, full-size ones, this is, with tests being carried out in the UK, Estonia, the USA, and Germany, where Alistair Keane has been behind the wheel.
This car might look like it's moving on its own, but the secret behind it is a team of drivers based in an office on the other side of Berlin. The idea behind Bay is that in a city you won't need to own a car. Simply order one to be delivered to you whenever you need it.
With Bay app, then the car is being remotely driven by the teledriver to the customer. So the customer doesn't need to search for the car, just gets into the car on the driver's seat, drives themselves to the destination. And at the destination, they just get out without the need to search for parking lot, etc. They just get out because the teledriver can then take over control and teledrive the vehicle to the next customers.
That took us about 30 minutes to get here. This is the tele station where they drive the cars as they move all over the city of Berlin. And then a television first. They're going to let me have a shot. Alina is one of the drivers. She's moving a car around the streets of Berlin, controlled from here. As I'm prepared to take over the wheel, I can't help wondering if it's easy to forget you're in control of a car.
Niemals. Also ich vergesse es auf jeden Fall nicht. Ich bin mir meiner Aufgabe bewusst, dass ich hier an einer Station sitze und ein echtes Auto im Straßenverkehr steuere. Ich habe mittlerweile so viele Kilometer, dass ich mich einfach sicher fühle. Aber ich habe immer im Hinterkopf, dass ich aus der Ferne dieses Auto steuere.
It looks just like a normal car. The steering wheel has all the buttons that I recognize, but of course, there's this big red button.
Exactly.
What does it do?
That's an additional safety measure which they implemented in case something happens with the session. Then the teledriver is trained to react to that by pressing the brake very hard and at the same time the emergency button, which basically will also bring the vehicle to a safe stop.
So that's me now in drive.
You have full control.
Okay, bit off the brake.
Yeah.
And we're starting to move forward. There we are. I feel like I'm getting very close to these cones.
Yeah.
Cool. It's very strange, the spatial awareness of where the cones are.
Have to get used to.
Yeah.
Perhaps my driving reputation came before me, but while I was behind the wheel, there was a safety driver, just in case things didn't go to plan.
So Chris in the car is telling me to take my time.
At this point, I feel like I'm speeding around the track, but the car is going less than 10 kilometers an hour. Just as I'm getting confident, I think I have a lot more training to do before I get let loose on the roads. Drivers here go through hours of training, including theory and practical. Controlling these cars relies on 4G and the signal between the car and the driver. We all, of course, have been there where we've not been able to get a signal
for whatever we're doing, what happens if one of these cars loses a signal?
It's a very good question. What we have built is like that, as you know from your private experience, that some network providers in this one have better quality than the others. So what we're doing, we have redundancies, meaning we're not only relying on one network carrier, we have like 4 multiple carriers. So if one falls, we still have 3 and so on. And in the unlikely scenario that all drops, the vehicle detects this in real time and comes to a safe stop. And then depending whether they recover, we can resume operation.
In Hamburg, in the north of Germany, they are the first company in the EU to have permission to run this tech on the roads with nobody in the car.
You can imagine seeing a vehicle on public streets and there's no one inside. People, like, the reactions vary from disbelief to enthusiasm and excitement. And what we have learned is that they actually trust this technology when they understand there's actually a human that controls this vehicle and not a computer. And I think this is like very important because it also shows the opportunity and like paving the way towards an autonomous future, which we believe in.
There are still hurdles to overcome, not least building trust in this tech. As connectivity gets better, we could be seeing more remote control cars on our roads in no time.
And now it's time for a look at this week's tech news. X, formerly known as Twitter, is facing a bill from local authorities in San Francisco after an unauthorized X was placed on the roof of the company's headquarters. Authorities said that the company did not have permission to put up the sign and will be charged for the cost of its installation and its removal. The Scottish island of Orkney has become the first place in the UK to have mail delivered by drones. The joint operation by Royal Mail and drone company Skyports will initially run for 3 months, but has the potential to become permanent due to the island's landscape.
All 3 islands are within close proximity, so we can use something called extended visual line of sight flying. So effectively, you rely on people to act as the eyes and ears of the pilots flying the drones.
YouTube has announced an expansion of tools for its short video platform, YouTube Shorts. Some of the features include adding effects and stickers, going live, and collab, which allows a creator to record a video with another video next to it. And NASA is launching its first on-demand streaming service called NASA Plus. The platform will allow viewers to watch live coverage and enjoy new series on NASA missions. NASA Plus will take off later in the year.
In February this year, a devastating earthquake hit Turkey. But what's been barely reported is that Google was operating an earthquake early warning system, which it claims had sent out millions of alerts to people before the quake hit. However, a BBC investigation failed to find evidence that this warning was actually received by most Turkish people in the earthquake zone. Anna Foster in Turkey and James Clayton in San Francisco have more.
It was one of the most deadly earthquakes in modern times. February's quake happened in the middle of the night. Many people died where they were sleeping in their beds. 50,000 people were killed. However, there was an earthquake warning system run by Google in Turkey, and the company claims millions of people got a warning before this earthquake.
It works on any Android phone. That's about 80% of all of the phones in Turkey. And this is Google's explainer on how it works.
Android phones have these tiny accelerometers built into them, which can sense earthquakes. People will now be able to have their phones become part of this network of mini seismometers looking for earthquakes around the world. We call this the Android Earthquake Alert System.
When the phone detects an earthquake, it sends a message back to Google servers. When enough phones do this, Google can pinpoint the epicenter and send out an earthquake warning.
And so you'll hear it go. It looks like this, and it says drop, cover, and hold. So it's pretty loud. It's pretty loud.
This is Micah Berman, the product manager for the system at Google. If your phone was on Do Not Disturb, it would override that?
Exactly the same behavior that you just heard, no matter what state your phone is in.
You should get that warning.
Yes.
The further you are from the earthquake, the more notice the system can give you, up to around a minute, enough time to try and find a safer location.
So our system did activate for both of the major events in Turkey, as well as for a number of aftershocks.
Here's my colleague Anna Foster, who'd been reporting on the ground from the earthquake zone.
I was really puzzled by that claim because I was here on the ground in Turkey in the hours and the days and the weeks after the earthquake, and nobody had ever mentioned in any interview with me receiving an alert before the earthquake.
So we decided to go to 3 cities that had been impacted: Adana, Osmaniye and Iskenderun. And I simply asked people whether they'd received an alert. Everyone you're about to hear from has an Android phone.
So when the earthquake happened, the first one that happened in the night, did you get this alert on your phone at the time of the earthquake when you were sleeping? No. And what about, so it looked like that and it makes a sound? No.
We spoke to dozens of people on the streets. Most people hadn't even heard of Google's system.
No.
Funda lost 25 members of her family, including her sister and nephews.
Ama çarşıdan itibaren her yer yıkıldı. Binlerce insan. Binlerce insan, hiç abartmıyorum, binlerce. Ölen insanların üzerlerinden atlayarak biz hareket ettik. Ve ben yeğenlerimi sırtımda taşıyarak mezarlığa götürdüm yani.
So you didn't receive any alert, nothing on your phone?
Hiçbir şekilde mesaj gelmedi.
Yok.
Hayır. Kesinlikle gelmedi.
In all 3 cities, despite our attempts, we didn't find one person, not one, who got a warning for the first earthquake.
I put our findings to Google.
How sure are you that firstly, it did fire, and secondly, that it actually got to people during this earthquake?
I'm as sure as we can be that the system activated and that we did send alerts. It's possible, that given all of the massive impact of the first event, that this just quietly happened in the background while users were really paying attention to lots of other things. At the end of the day, I think that's probably the most likely explanation, is that users were focused on something else and might not even have noticed if they got the alert.
Have you spoken to anyone who got it?
I have not, no. Though I don't speak Turkish in Turkey, so.
But has Google spoken to anyone?
I don't know.
Harold Tobin is a professor of earth sciences and director of the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network.
These systems are extremely new, right? They're at the cutting edge of what's possible. I feel that if you are delivering an essential sort of life safety, public safety piece of information, then you have a responsibility to be transparent about how it works and how well it works.
We can't be sure that no one got this alert, but we can be sure that many people didn't. There was no blanket warning, a warning that could have saved lives.
Now, we know that fast fashion isn't great for the planet, yet many stores still sell trendy, cheap clothes that are here today and gone tomorrow. But there are ways to make this trillion-dollar clothing industry more sustainable, as Francesca Hashemi has been finding out.
Millions of tons of clothes are sent to landfill every year, making the industry a major contributor of greenhouse gases and a massive consumer of a finite resource, water.
Fashion is the second most polluting industry after aviation and shipping. It accounts for 10% of global carbon emissions, and it's very water intensive.
From manufacturing textiles for cotton t-shirts to washing or dry cleaning clothes, the industry relies heavily on H2O. But some people are trying to change that.
Here at ACS, we also use water. We're a large laundry. We believe that in the next 12 months, we'll get to a stage where we won't take any water from the bins.
This fashion hub rents, resells, repairs, and sanitizes pre-loved clothes from the high street or luxury brands. But how sustainable is it?
Even though we might be working with some of these fast fashion brands, we're wanting them to help change their consumer mindsets on being able to rent or get second-hand fashion rather than this kind of linear model of just consuming constantly. So
working with these brands, we're helping them to increase their sustainability credentials, but we're also stopping garments from ending up in landfill.
The way in which we handle the clothes on site, how we are carbon neutral, how we have gone through a process to minimise our CO2 emissions on our journey to net zero, or a reduction of water. We know that how we handle them here is a much more sustainable way than what we all do in our own homes.
Talking of water, the entire operation once used about 20,000 litres of the stuff every day. About 50%, that's 10 or 11,000 litres, that was used in laundry, but they've managed to halve this by using something Scotland has plenty of. ACS now harvests rainwater from the roof, then recycles it to use for cleaning and preparing clothes for customers.
What we have is there's 3 pipes. The first pipe is actually the reused water. So this is the water from the laundry, and what it's done is at the end of one of the final cycles, it's actually pumped out and actually pumped in. You can see it along the pipe there, and pumped into this tank. The computer inside the laundry knows when the next cycle starts. It activates the pump that pumps the water out the tank, brings it up and brings it in at that inlet there. The second pipe that you see is actually the reused water from the coolant system. There's a tank in the floor above, it's a hot tank, and that water is actually pumped in, again, activated by the computer in the laundry machine. That's actually hot water in there. And what it does is, it means that we don't have to heat it. And then the next one is for cold washes. And that water is the rainwater harvesting, which is actually again stored in a tank upstairs.
So all the water that's collected for use on the laundry is not always going to be clean, especially if you're reusing it. How do you deal with that?
As you can see, the waste pipe there, and in the waste pipe it actually goes through this very large filter, and it takes all the microplastics out. And the wastewater then goes into the normal drainage system, the mains, and then what it's done is processed the way that normal water would be processed.
The team partnered with the University of West of Scotland to create a digital twin of their water consumption, and some of their findings are pretty interesting.
So at the moment, ACS utilizes 5.5% of the roof area, which is about 1,000 liters of water per day. If it utilized the whole of the roof area, it would be able to collect around 18,000 liters per day. This would almost be sufficient not to utilize anything from external sources.
The entire operation being self-sufficient in terms of their water consumption is aspirational and of course variable, but it's also a great example of what One Clothing Hub is doing to increase their sustainability credentials. But in this fast-moving fashion economy, what more could the industry do?
In terms of technology, we need a lot more data in the fashion industry. Currently, the majority of fashion brands will only publish their tier 1 suppliers on their website. That's the people who manufacture and make the clothes. When it comes to tier 2, which is things like the making of the fabric, and then tier 3, which is your raw materials, the majority of brands don't actually know where that's coming from. And I think moving forward, that's the type of data we're going to need to be capturing in order to avoid greenwashing.
And that's all we've got time for. Thanks for watching. We'll be back next week.
See ya.
Hello. After Saturday's weather, I'll tell you straight away that the outlook is looking significantly better for many parts of the UK over the coming days. Even Sunday will bring a delightful start to the day with some sunshine. Now, Storm Anthony swept across southern parts of the UK, but affected mostly the southwest in terms of the severe gales. It's still clipping early in the morning, East Anglia and the southeast, so more of a breeze here, perhaps a few showers through the early hours and maybe through the morning into the afternoon, but for the vast majority of us, It's a quiet start to the day. These are the temperatures around 8 o'clock in the morning. A little fresh out there, 10 in the lowlands of Scotland, 12 or 13 in the south. So through the morning and the afternoon, bit of a breeze there on that Lincolnshire coastline and into the southeast and East Anglia. Showers will develop through the course of the morning into the afternoon, but many of us should miss the showers, and actually, compared to what we've had, it's not going to be bad at all. Temperatures still a little low, around 16 to 18 degrees, maybe 20 or 21 in the southeast. But the good news is that Sunday evening is looking fine, and it should be a calm end to the weekend. How about Monday? Well, high pressure is trying to push in that weather. It's trying to settle down, but this little area of low pressure is also sneaking in at the same time. Now, this isn't gale force winds, but it is a fair amount of cloud and perhaps some rain reaching southwestern parts of the country. I don't think it's going to be particularly heavy, and actually for many of us, Monday's looking absolutely fine across Scotland, all through northern England and into central parts of Britain as well. Sunny spells and just a few showers. Now let's take a look at that jet stream, because it's all about the jet stream, isn't it? It's sort of meandering across the Atlantic, pushing the weather systems. But look what happens through the middle end of the week. It sort of diverts to the north and it opens up the doors to warmer air, a little more settled weather coming in from the south. Now, we're not expecting anything particularly extreme in terms of the temperatures, but they are going to rise, perhaps mid or high 20s. Doesn't always mean it'll be sunny, but at least better compared to what we've had. Bye-bye.
What does it take to become a top opera star like tenor Jonas Kaufmann, Welsh bass baritone Bryn Terfel, and soprano Sonia Yoncheva? I'm on a mission to find out how opera is trying to attract new audiences and reinvent itself.
I think music has the power to change the world completely.
Take me to the opera. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Margaret Atwood, welcome to This Cultural Life. Some of the world's leading artistic figures reveal to me their influences.
Music is part of our culture, dance is part of our culture.
And the experiences that have inspired their own work.
The people around me never said you can't do this.
I was totally in love with Monk.
Now I'm blushing. Find out what fires the creative imagination with John Wilson. This Cultural Life, this weekend on BBC News and iPlayer.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Rachel Burden and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. People who are wrongly imprisoned will no longer have their living costs taken out of their compensation payments, following the case of Andy Malkinson, who served 17 years for a crime he didn't commit.
I thought to pay these people for doing what they're doing to me is the most sickening, abhorrent, repugnant thing I could imagine.
President Zelensky says Russia has bombed a blood transfusion centre in Ukraine, describing the attack as a war crime.
Good morning. After 60 years of trying, England will play a netball World Cup final today. Australia stand between them and the sport's biggest prize. And after the wet and windy day for some of us yesterday, some improvements in the weather for today. For many of us, there'll be some sunny spells, but also a few showers, which could be heavy at times. I have the full forecast throughout the programme.
Good morning, it's Sunday the 6th of August. Our main story today, people who were wrongly convicted of crimes will no longer be charged living costs for the time they spent in prison.
The Ministry of Justice is scrapping the rule with immediate effect following an outcry over the case of a man who spent 17 years in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Joe Inwood has the details.
There are many shocking things about the case of Andy Malkinson. A jury misled,
DNA evidence suppressed. 17 years in prison for a crime he did not commit. But for many, it was the revelation that Andy Malkinson would have to pay back some of his compensation to cover board and lodgings that was most shocking.
The very idea of paying once you've cleared your name, your captors, is really repugnant. The guilty don't pay. Why should the innocent? That's ridiculous.
But from today, that will change. Wrongly convicted prisoners like Andy will no longer have to pay towards the cost of their own imprisonment.
Yeah, that's very well. Very well. Yeah, good. It's a step in the right direction, but there's much more that needs changing too. You know, you don't want to put just a sticking plaster on something that's, mortally wounded. It needs much more.
There's been a real problem. Sentiments echoed by Sir Bob Neal. He chairs the Justice Select Committee and had called for this change.
When the state makes an error, it's right and proper that the state accepts that as swiftly as possible, and secondly, that the state then doesn't try and put needless obstacles in the way of somebody seeking recompense.
Key amongst those obstacles is a new test, introduced in 2014, that means that victims of miscarriages of justice need to prove their innocence beyond reasonable doubt.
That is an extremely difficult hurdle to meet. And that is why hardly anyone is now getting compensation anymore. Even very serious cases of people who've been in prison for murder or rape for years, for cases which are accepted as miscarriages of justice, are not meeting this test because it's so brutal. It's cruel. And it needs to change.
For now, Andy is surviving on benefits. He says getting compensation could take 2 years and will be capped.
They should be making sure that I'm compensated speedily, and also even the amount is kind of insulting because they've capped it at 10 years. How is that possible? You know, the more time that you've been tortured and held captive wrongfully, the more you should get. They didn't cap my imprisonment, but they'll cap the money that they're obliged to pay as in compensation.
When Andy Malkinson left the Court of Appeal, his name was finally cleared. His fight for justice has been a long and difficult one. Even with today's announcement, it is not yet over. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
And that's our main story this morning. Ben has all the other news, including a huge story for England netball.
Yeah, really big day. Let me explain. Thanks so much, Rachel. Yes, England's netballers will take part in their first ever World Cup final this afternoon. They'll face the 11-time champions Australia after winning a dramatic semi-final against New Zealand. Ben Croucher has the details.
England are going to the final of the World Cup for the first time.
England's roses in full bloom, blossoming on the biggest stage of all. How does a World Cup final sound?
It's a dream come true for us. I think to do it here for the World Cup, it's just so special. I don't think anybody backed us, but we did, and we stuck to our bubble. I'm just so proud of the girls.
Defending champions New Zealand had beaten England in the last 3 semi-finals, but England were turning history over. 6 unanswered points that sealed their spot in today's final and once again captivated a country. Sound familiar? England's footballers know that beat. They're singing to the Roses tune now. World Cup final, baby, said Leah Williamson. And even with their own World Cup to focus on, the Lionesses are beaming with pride.
We look at our socials, it's great that the time difference isn't too far out. And it's just so great to have that support, and hopefully we're able to bring back a good medal for our home nation.
England know today's opponents well.
Victory over Australia! Wow!
Other interjections can also sum up how they stunned Australia in the group stage. But having now beaten the top 2 teams in the world in 3 days, they fear no one.
To see them take that crucial step forward today, beating number 2 in the world, is just incredible. I've been a part of a Roses team that's been on a huge journey, and these guys have just taken a massive step forward, and they're an absolute inspiration.
For in Cape Town, reaching the summit is seldom simple, but the view from up high can be quite something. Ben Croucher, BBC News.
In other news today, social media companies are set to crack down on posts by people smugglers that encourage asylum seekers to cross the English Channel. Platforms like Facebook, Instagram and TikTok will work with the National Crime Agency to take down messages that lure people into paying gangs to make the dangerous voyage in small boats. A Russian guided air bomb has hit a blood transfusion centre in northeastern Ukraine, killing and injuring people, according to President Zelensky. In a social media post, he described the alleged attack as a war crime. Vincent McAviney has the details.
Blown out and ablaze in the dark of night, reportedly a blood transfusion centre in Kupiansk, in the northeastern Kharkiv region of Ukraine. President Zelensky claims people have been killed and injured after it was struck by a Russian-guided bomb. Russia has not so far publicly commented, but in a tweet, President Zelensky declared, "This war crime alone says everything about Russian aggression, beasts that destroy everything that simply allows to live. Defeating terrorists is a matter of honor for everyone who values life." Kupiansk is only a few kilometers from the front line, comfortably within Russian missile range. It's not the first time they've struck medical buildings. The strike comes after Moscow accused Ukraine of hitting a Russian tanker with 11 crew members in the Black Sea on Saturday. Russian maritime officials said the engine room of the tanker was damaged by the Ukrainian drone, but no one was injured. It was the second such sea drone attack in as many days, after a Russian naval ship was damaged on Friday near one of their ports. The Ukrainians claim it suffered a serious breach, with videos showing it listing to one side.
So we are meeting quite often. Yes.
President Zelensky is currently in Saudi Arabia for a meeting of senior officials from 42 nations on the conflict. They're trying to reach an agreement on principles for how to end it.
Thank you.
Something Zelensky says can only occur when Russia respects the international rules-based order again.
The greater the consolidation of the world for the sake of restoring a just peace, the sooner an end will be put to the bombs and missiles with which Moscow wants to replace the norms of international law.
And I'm here so that
Russia has not been invited to these talks, and there is no prospect of direct talks between the two nations at the moment. But with Ukraine's counter-offensive slowly retaking territory, and more defense and security packages from allies expected this week, President Zelensky isn't in a rush to compromise. Vincent McAviney, BBC News.
More than 50 supporters of the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, have been detained after protesting against him being sentenced to 3 years in jail. Mr. Khan had called for his supporters to demonstrate around the country after he was found guilty of not declaring money that he earned from selling gifts that he received in office. He denies the charges and says he will appeal. 2 men have been arrested following the death of a baby boy in Lancashire. The child was taken to Blackpool Victoria Hospital in an unresponsive state on the 27th of July and was later pronounced dead. The 2 men have since been released on bail pending further inquiries. And the former Lost Prophets singer and convicted paedophile Ian Watkins has been attacked in prison. Newspaper reports say he was stabbed at HMP Wakefield, where he's serving a 29-year sentence for child sex offences. The prison service said police are investigating an incident that happened yesterday. And an investigation is underway after at least 57 competitors were taken ill following a world triathlon race in Sunderland. Water tests before the event showed high levels of E. coli, but the British Triathlon said the samples were taken from outside the swim area. The UK Health Security Agency is now investigating.
Now, if you thought the weather here was bad, just take a look at this. It's one city in Germany which has had to deploy snow ploughs after it was battered with hailstones, which formed into these kind of enormous, almost like snow drifts. This happened in the southwest German city of Reutlingen. Look at that. They need diggers to shift it all. You'd think it would just melt, wouldn't you?
Clearly not. If it's cold enough, it's sticking around, isn't it? That's crazy.
250 firefighters had to take part to try and clear the roads.
It's really hard to remember that it's August.
I
I know.
It's so grey and miserable and damp in most places. Let's get a bit more of a technical forecast. Simon has all the weather details for us this morning. Simon, what do we need to know? Morning.
Hello, good morning. Yesterday, for many of us, it was a pretty atrocious day. The rain was non-stop where I was. Strong winds as well. We had Storm Anthony, 78-mile-an-hour gusts of wind recorded in the southwest of England. That's the highest gust of wind recorded in Berry Head, that was, throughout the whole of August in the record. So, yeah, really strong winds, unusually strong winds. This morning, a much quieter start today. Look at that lovely picture. First thing this morning in Northamptonshire. For many of us, it's going to be a dry start. There'll be some sunny spells out there as well. A few showers are developing this afternoon. Those could turn quite heavy, perhaps even a bit thundery later on for some of us as well. But let's recap. We've got Storm Anthony, which has moved away to the east. It's still just lingering across the eastern areas. And here we've got some fairly gusty winds this morning. Just a bit of rain affecting East Anglia, but it's clearing away. And then we've got this little window of finer, drier weather. A few showers around this morning across Wales and into the Midlands. As we go into the afternoon, the showers become more frequent and they will turn heavy, perhaps even a bit thundery across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England during the afternoon. There'll be some sunny spells there for many of us and maximum temperatures getting up to about 17 to 19 degrees Celsius. Now, through this evening tonight, those showers will fade away. So a fairly pleasant end to the weekend with some sunshine. Overnight tonight with some clear skies though. It could turn quite chilly in the countryside. These are the temperatures in towns and cities, 7 to 12 degrees Celsius. So a rather fresh start to the new working week. As we go through Monday, we'll see this ridge of high pressure trying to build in. So for many of us, it's a fine day on Monday, although this little weather system here will gradually move its way in later today on Monday, and that could start to bring us a bit of cloud, a bit of rain across the far southwest of England, but elsewhere, for most of us on Monday, it's looking largely fine with some sunshine.
I used to seduced us earlier with a picture of a beautiful sunrise, but that is not necessarily what we're going to see around the whole
Today
country
is going to be better than yesterday.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Great. All right, better than yesterday.
False advertising.
Yeah.
Thanks, Simon.
Now, the school holidays are a chance to spend more time with the kids, but as many parents know, keeping them fed all day can be an extra financial strain.
Yes, the food charity FareShare says demand rockets during the summer break and it wants more help from the government to get surplus groceries to those who need them. Anna Thomas has been looking into it.
Theo is 2. He and his mum are regulars at Spark, a charity-run family centre in Burntwood. Carly gives her time to volunteer at parent groups, but also needs the help of the food and clothes banks.
Peace of mind that you know that if you can't afford food at the end of the week, then there are places like this that we can come to and help ourselves to the donations.
Carly works part-time, but rising prices mean her wages don't always cover her costs. It's a familiar theme here.
One job isn't enough anymore. You have to get more than one job to be able to provide for a family or just for yourself. Do you want to choose on that?
Yes, please. Spark is one of many charities which receives food donations via the FareShare scheme. This summer school holiday supply isn't meeting demand.
We find people sometimes coming to us in tears because they're in crisis and they just don't know where to turn. It's people who are working and cannot afford to make ends meet through the cost of living, through the bills and feeding children through the holidays.
FareShare redistributes 1 million meals worth of surplus food each month. They're lobbying the government for investment to improve supply chains.
There's probably about 3 million more tonnes of food that we could access and then redistribute to people who need it the most. Those 3 million tonnes of food could contribute to about 7 billion meals. So the opportunity for more food is absolutely massive.
Food inflation rates have slowed in recent weeks. However, the cost of filling a family fridge remains still far more expensive than during the last school summer holidays. In fact, according to the British Retail Consortium, the average prices in shops are now 7.6% higher. These vegetables have a journey yet ahead, via a charity somewhere in the Midlands to the plates of a family needing fresh nutrition.
Now there is more information about the cost of living crisis. It's on the BBC's Tackling It Together section of the BBC News website. Details there on screen.
Should we take a look at some of today's papers then? We'll start with The Observer, which this morning leads on a story about what it calls appalling jail conditions in England and Wales. According to the paper's investigation, 3/4 of prisons are providing inadequate conditions or unacceptable treatment.
The Sunday Mirror has an interview with the TV chef Jamie Oliver, who's calling for the government to do more to support families in need of free school meals. He says they shouldn't be limited just to term time.
Sunday Times reports that a new drug has been found to dramatically slow the production of the toxic protein that causes Alzheimer's. It says studies are at an early stage, but that the treatment could potentially halt the development of the disease before symptoms appear.
And the Sunday Telegraph carries a report about China using electric cars to spy on Britain. A senior government source has told the paper they're concerned that the technology could be used to extract information about UK drivers, including their location.
And now there is no avoiding the miserable weather at the moment. It is August still. Well, it's only just August, let's face it. But look, if you look at the pictures behind us here, you'll just see how much this is impacting on people and summer events around the country. So that's Brighton Pride taking place this weekend. The ponchos slightly detracting from the glorious outfits.
And quite a different scene, calmer maybe, but no less rainy in Cambridge. Tourist visitors seemingly willing to get out on the water, but determined not to get drenched.
And then we can see this. This is the not so glorious Goodwood Racing Festival. And again, the see-through poncho carried off with some style, I have to say, by the women who were turning up there yesterday. But you spend months and months planning for your perfect outfit.
Yeah.
Then to have to kind of shove a big plastic bag over your head.
That's why the see-through poncho is a win.
It's not really what you were planning though, is it?
I wonder if the man who sells, or woman who sells ponchos, knew that they'd be doing such good trade
This
in
time of
August.
year. I know.
Wonder if there's a run on ponchos. Shall we find out? We'll investigate.
Yeah. And the other story that a lot of the newspapers are covering this morning, it's been a great weekend for sport, for women's sport actually. So let's not forget the netball, which we'll talk about in a moment. England in that World Cup final, 5 o'clock this afternoon. And then tomorrow, England's women play Nigeria in the first knockout game they've been involved with in the Women's World Cup, which is taking place down under. And there are a number of profiles in the papers today of some of the individual players, but particularly Lauren James, who's been one of the breakout stars of the tournament for England so far. She's just 21 years old. The players, because she's so good, refer to her as a cheat code because she's got the ability just to catch other teams out. Absolutely phenomenal. So that's tomorrow morning. That's an 8:30 kickoff.
So if the weather is so rubbish, just watch all the sport over the weekend.
Fine.
Who
That's
needs
where you
it?
spend your time.
Or maybe go to work. It's fine, it's fine. At the time, 6:19. Good morning. You're with breakfast from BBC News. Now, they are a crack team of medics who can reach any location in London within 11 minutes. Last year, they attended nearly 2,000 incidents, and they are funded by charitable donations.
But what is a typical shift like for the London Air Ambulance? Our correspondent Carl Mercer joined the team to find out.
It's a job where every minute counts. Whether they're in the well-known red helicopter,
We are on route to 50 minutes, 25 minutes.
or in the less well-known cars they use at night or when the helicopter's not flying. It's about getting to some of London's most severely injured patients as quickly as possible.
Here we have a sort of full, effectively critical care unit in the back of the ambulance, but we can't carry all of it at once. So we start deciding and rationalising what we're going to take.
They've been called to a car crash, a young man in need of help.
Patient climbed out of the car, fell over, struck his head, had a brief cardiac arrest. That means his heart stopped, he stopped breathing.
When they arrive, they take over, helped by the crews already there.
He's gone into the back of someone, or we bring extra kits, we bring extra skills, we bring some leadership and direction and guidance. And it's a little bit like a relay race or a chain. We're just another link in the chain.
Guys, we've been called to assist one of our advanced paramedic colleagues.
The shift before, we're out with Robbie and Lindsay in the car, called to a man with a badly broken leg.
Okay, I'm just going to have a look at you, right? And I'm going to sort your leg out. Yeah?
And taking high-level hospital skills to treat people at the roadside.
Well, let's sort his leg out, and then so he's got a nasty fracture to his right leg, which is angulated, so we need to give him some strong pain relief and sedation.
Their next call is to a young woman who's stopped breathing. They need to get there quickly, but safely.
We aren't going to discuss information about the job now, so Lindsay isn't distracted by that while she's driving. So our focus now is to just navigate there effectively and safely. So she's currently unconscious with really ineffective breathing. So we need to support that by putting a tube into her lungs and giving some special medications that only we carry to try and help correct the problem with her asthma, which is causing very severe narrowing of her airways. So we're going to go and do that quite quickly now, all right?
They stabilise the patient, who's then transferred to an ambulance and taken to hospital. Robbie in the ambulance, Lindsay following, and with the patient delivered, her work continues.
So we just had to give that young lady an anaesthetic outside the house. So right now I need to make sure that all our equipment is back where it should be, and also restock the bags to make sure that we have enough to hand if we were to have to do another anaesthetic.
And as they clear up, time for a debrief with London Ambulance colleagues, an important part of every job they do.
These jobs are quite stressful. We see a lot of these intense jobs, with our daily work. That's what we're here for. But the ambulance service crews may only see 1 or 2 jobs like that a year. So there's a lot going on. It can be quite intense. So it's important to allow people to talk about the job, how they're feeling, but also there's always lots of, really good clinical learning.
Red Base 3 mobile ET 1515.
As night falls, Amar and Kevin take over in the cars. They're off to East London, a car crash with lots of resources sent. A man has been hit by a car. They take control at the scene, able to give the patient stronger drugs than the other medical teams. They stabilise him, then take him to the nearest major trauma hospital.
Cases like this, when they could have very significant internal injuries, it's about providing stabilising the patients on the roadside, but also getting the patient to these specialist centres as soon as possible. So that's our aim now. The patient is definitely doing a lot better than when we first saw him, and it's all about getting to the hospital, getting the patient to hospital now.
So patients fortunately remained quite nice and stable en route. Main priority for him has been pain relief. Trying to keep them as comfortable as possible with some nasty injuries.
Another patient cared for, one of nearly 2,000 that London's Air Ambulance saw last year, a record number.
One of the challenges of the job is making sure that you're always ready to be sent on what could be the worst job and the biggest job that you've ever had to deal with and will ever have to deal with.
And tomorrow, they'll do it all again.
Amazing bird's eye view of their activity.
And all funded by charitable donations as well. Incredible work. Really good to see how they do that day in, day out there, the London Air Ambulance.
Right, let's talk sport. We've already mentioned the netball, but what a day for this England team. First time they've ever been in a World Cup final.
Absolutely, and think about what their record has been like. I think it's 6 bronze medals in total, and they've not reached a World Cup final, or World Cup before. And I was at Birmingham last for the Commonwealth Games. So much criticism then, the inconsistent performances. Could they recreate what we saw brilliantly in 2018 with that Commonwealth gold on the Gold Coast? And here they are. They've been a team in transition. They've lost some key players, a little bit like the Lionesses we've been talking about, Women's Football World Cup, but they are into their first Netball World Cup final. It is Australia that await them in that final later today. It was an absolute thriller in the semi-final for England, beating the defending champions New Zealand in what was a nerve-shredding match. It was level after every quarter. England pulled away, though, in the last, winning 46-40 to set up that match with Australia in Cape Town this evening. They beat them just 3 days ago, remember, in the group stage. They'll be feeling confident. They're going for the biggest title since they won that Commonwealth gold 5 years ago. That was a win over Australia too. The coverage will begin at 4:45 on BBC Two.
If anything, I just feel like I'm hoping everyone is super proud of. We've already gone where No Roses team has gone before. August 2019, I had a Zoom call with most of these girls. Congratulated us on the 2018, but wanted to do something different, and that World Cup still eluded us. So we've already done that. We can tick that box, and what I believe will happen is it will really unleash us to play with freedom.
I think we've got to celebrate this moment and enjoy this moment. Like, what a moment for English netball and for world netball in general. We've never made a final, but I think it's about sticking to our processes and remaining consistent. That's something we spoke about for the entire tournament, remaining consistent in what we're doing so that we prep ready well for tomorrow. Sorry, I can't speak.
This is how Australia made the final, coming through another tight match. They beat Jamaica 57-54 to now reached every netball World Cup final they've been in and looking to win the title for a record extending 12th time. Right, England's Lionesses are a little over 24 hours away from their last 16 match at the World Cup against Nigeria. Some good news there that Kira Walsh has returned to team training. One of the most important players in that side. She suffered a knock in the win over Denmark. There were fears it could be a serious knee injury, but she should be fit to play again at the tournament. Already through to the quarterfinals this morning are the Netherlands, beaten finalists. Last time out when England, Serena Wiegman was their manager, they are now 2 wins away from reaching back-to-back finals. A 2-0 win for them over South Africa. Jill Ward, Manchester City's new club record signing, scoring their opener. Next up for them will be Spain in Wellington on Friday. And later this morning, the defending champions, the USA, play Sweden. Brendan Rodgers, his second spell in charge of Celtic, has got off to a great start on the opening day of the new Scottish Premiership season inside beat Ross County 4-2 at Celtic Park. David Turnbull scoring 2 of the goals. Rangers, though, have already lost ground on their Glasgow rivals after losing their opening match of the season. They were beat 1-0 at Kilmarnock. Brad Lyons with the only goal of the game. And Watford are the very early leaders of the Championship after thrashing Queen's Park Rangers 4-0 in their opening game. And there was a great start for newly promoted Plymouth Argyle, who beat Huddersfield 3-1. Ballymumba with a brilliant solo goal here. There it goes. It's another golden day in Scotland for Great Britain at the Cycling World Championships, where they've won 5 gold medals at the Velodrome in Glasgow. Britain's women won the team pursuit for the first time in 9 years in her home city. Katie Archibald inspiring her teammates Eleanor Barker, Josie Knight and Anna Morris to beat New Zealand by more than 3 seconds.
It's all coming out now, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, you say this is the event, and someone was talking about imposter syndrome the other day, and you almost have it the other way around with this. We've always seen ourselves as the best in the world, but we've not been here on the top step since 2014. So, you know, to have that feeling validated, I suppose, even if it is one day a year, it feels good.
Well, Britain's para-athletes continue to show they're the best in the world. Jaco Van Gas was involved in a British 1-2 in the men's C3 scratch race ahead of defending champion Finley Graham. Medals were awarded for victory celebrations. Have a look at this. Sam Ruddock would top the podium shortly. Had a nervous wait here to see if he'd done enough in the C1 1 kilometre time trial for gold. And when he saw he had, this is how he celebrated. Pure joy at the end, beating the world record holder and the favourite, China's Li Zhangyu. Great win for him. And if there were prizes for moustaches, then Blaine Hunt would have one to go with his gold medal in the C5 1 kilometre time trial. After retaining his title, there he is. He paid tribute to the raucous fans inside the Sid Christopher Velodrome and thanked them for powering him on.
You could hear the crowd cheering, and you're like, I can't let them down. I don't know where I'm at, but I've just got to go for it. And then I think you can sense the build of them, and you can tell that you're hitting positive splits, so it's good.
Away from the Velodrome, there was a huge surprise. The men's downhill mountain bike race at Fort William. Charlie Hatton arrived at the event, never having won a World Cup race, yet he conquered the rain-swept, muddy course and his rivals to win gold. Fellow Britain, Rory Greener, won bronze.
I'm not sure I'm shaking because I'm cold or I'm shaking because I'm not excited, nervous, and all of the above. Yeah, I did not expect to be having this around my neck when I woke up this morning, so yeah, absolutely gobsmacked.
And with the Rugby World Cup just a month away, we're into a cluster of warm-up games. Scotland produced an incredible comeback from 18 points down to beat France. They were trailing 21-3 at the break at Murrayfield. Xander Ferguson sent off soon after, but coming back to win by 25 points to 21. Dave Cherry with a try here that tipped the balance. And the sides meet again in St Etienne next weekend, what will be the third of Scotland's 4 World Cup warm-up matches. There'll be some nervous players in the England camp waiting to find out if they've made the World Cup squad after a disappointing display against Wales in Cardiff. Wales winning this one by 20 points to 9. They're inspired by new captain Jack Morgan, tries from Gareth Davis and George North. Being up and he kicked 10 points on his 100th Wales appearance. Head coach Warren Gatland is still deciding who he'll be taking to France. England coach Steve Borthwick will tell his players today before making it public on Monday morning. Six Nations champions Ireland were back in action for the first time since winning the Grand Slam in March. They beat Italy 33-17 in Dublin. An experimental Irish side, head coach Andy Farrell resting a host of stars. They really looked threatened by Italy. Helen Doris going over twice. They began their warm-up fixtures confidently. Dwayne White says he's completely innocent after returning an adverse finding in a doping test. It means next weekend's heavyweight rematch with Anthony Joshua is off. White vowed to clear his name, saying on social media that without a shadow of a doubt, he had not taken the reported substance at any point in his life. Joshua could get fight at London's O2 Arena if a replacement opponent can be found in time. Great Britain's Eddie Challis now has 3 gold medals to her name at the Para Swimming World Championships in Manchester after winning the S3 200 metres freestyle. And Maisie Summers-Newton broke the European record as she retained her SB6 100 metres title for her second gold of the week. She said she was in a really good place just a year out from the Paralympics in Paris. And all the more impressive, she's training to be a teacher at the moment as well. Brilliant stuff from Maisie Summers-Newton.
Yeah, loads to celebrate actually from sport this weekend, but I'm particularly celebrating Blaine Hunt's moustache in cycling. And if cycling is all about marginal gains, does that not provide extra drag?
Drag, and also because we think the nose thing is for breathing, right? It's
Yeah.
for breathing.
Yeah.
So you just lose the passion and get a bit more air in there.
I loved it, don't lose it. Now, photographer Roger Bamber started his career back in the 1960s, taking his student portfolio to Fleet Street and getting a job on the spot.
Yeah, in the decades that followed, he snapped a whole host of famous names, but also plenty of everyday people too. Well, Roger died 6 months ago at the age of 78, and so an exhibition of his pictures has now opened in Sussex. Sarah Smith went to take a look.
From the black and white images of his early career to exuberant celebrations of life in this corner of Sussex, Roger Bamber's photographs of famous faces appear alongside those who found themselves unwittingly in the news. A barrister is led from the Old Bailey after an IRA bomb. A police officer mourns the loss of a colleague in the line of duty. When he went to take a picture of Cecil Beaton, the famous society photographer turned the lens back on a young Roger, and it was his youth which won him some of his most glamorous assignments.
All these old boys in the newspaper said, you can go off and do these noisy modern bands. So he got in on the very early days with them, which meant that he made friends with them before they were terribly famous and ended up going touring, which was fun.
Years later at Live Aid, he produced one of the most enduring images of that day. But back in the studio, he always would find a way to get the right shot.
Well, Roger didn't have a smoke machine, but if you were doing rock and pop in the 60s, 70s, 80s, you had to have smoke. So he struck very early on the device of getting the roadies to smoke 2 or 3 cigarettes at once. This picture is normally shown cropped, like that, but we left it uncropped so that we could demonstrate Roger's homemade smoke machine.
Look, it's the images of rock stars which first grab your attention. Come into this room and it soon becomes clear that Roger was just as inspired, perhaps more so, by the people and the scenes right on his doorstep. He somehow made the demise of the West Pier beautiful, if heartbreaking. And while it's perhaps no surprise that the Brighton Festival inspired him, he could also turn a commission from the bus company into a work of art, as he did with his lifelong passion for the railway. All of it on show here at the Brighton Museum and Art Gallery.
Well, I think he always looked for a story, and he was really interested in people, I think, more than anything. And some of his photographs, he's just taken them with people that he's passed, they've been doing something interesting. And I think nobody ever said no.
This is the last picture of Roger before his death in September. He'd known about the exhibition. It was to be based on a book he'd just finished.
He wanted to show that he wasn't just a press photographer who took news images. He was somebody who
who made ordinary things extraordinary.
Sarah Smith, BBC News.
Stunning pictures, actually.
If
What a
only
history.
someone looked like that.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
certainly need the really incredible images there of when Joe.
We will get more on the grim weather that's going on at the moment later on. But right now, let's take ourselves off to a different place and go to the travel show.
India. More than 75 years after independence, this emerging world power of more than 1 billion people is still changing. I'm on a journey to two extremes of this vast subcontinent.
It's just crystals, hard crystals. White salt. I'll probably taste it.
I began in Gujarat in the far west.
This is genuinely incredible. I'm in heaven. It's pretty crowded.
And this week, I've travelled 2,000 miles over to the northeast.
I'm on the banks of the mighty river Brahmaputra and about to go to a very spiritual place.
It's one of India's lesser-known regions.
We're really high up. And just to my right is the border with Bangladesh.
Wow. A part of the country that prides itself on its traditions.
He makes it look so easy, and it's incredibly difficult.
But it's also looking forward and embracing progress.
So now I'm on my way to go and see Assam's very own eco-warrior.
It's going to be an incredible adventure. India's northeast, a collection of 8 states almost cut off from the rest of this vast country, but for a tiny strip of land. At partition, a large swathe of this region was sectioned off to become East Pakistan, which later became Bangladesh, leaving the Indian area landlocked. It's geographically and culturally out on a limb.
This is frontier country, little known to tourists and other Indians alike. They call it the land of clouds, but that's because of the severe monsoon season. Hilly, remote, and the air is so crisp and fresh. And the views, well, simply spectacular.
It's this cool climate that made the state of Meghalaya and its capital Shillong a popular retreat for the British during the colonial era. They dubbed it the Scotland of the East.
It's pretty crowded.
But what about the city today? There's only one way to find out.
I mean, get on.
I take a bus into the city centre.
So it's a modern industrial town these days, Shillong. Oh, feel it. I think those brakes might need a bit of work. So tell me, what do you think about Shillong? This is your home city, yeah?
Yes.
What do you think about this place?
The culture is different. Like you see the people, like they are connected with others outside people. It's not like the rest of India. Here they follow different cultures.
More than half of Meghalaya's population belong to the Khasi tribe. And here at Shillong's British-built polo ground, a traditional local sport is thriving. But it sure ain't polo.
Every afternoon, hundreds of people gather from all around to take part in a really interesting daily ritual.
This is called tir, derived from the Hindi word for arrow. A target's mounted and 50 archers have just a few minutes to hit it as many times as possible. The significance of the sport dates back to the early 1800s, when Khasi warriors defended their homelands not with guns or swords, but with bows and arrows.
I'm aiming for the target, obviously, which is which one of them? The small one there. Okay. Now, why is it going to the ground like that? Show me. Get out of the way, everyone. Here we go. But no. Wow.
Spectators get involved by taking bets on the number of arrows that hit the target. And crucially, it's only the last two numbers of the total score that matter.
All added up, and the last two digits, that will be the result. 695 arrows, so 95 is the result.
Meghalaya became one of the few states to legalize gambling in 1982.
People here are very superstitious. They'll dream about their dead family, a dog, a cat, and they'll try to make it into numbers. So I have 200 rupees of my hard-earned money here. I want to go and gamble. Can you show me how to do it? Yeah, come on. So let's go to one of these counters. Top number. Namaste, hello. I want to gamble on a lucky number, yeah? 2 digits, lucky number. I'm going to go for 39. Yeah. And I'm going to put 100 rupees on 39. Oh, and on my other bet, I'm going to bet on 77. Can you fix it so I win? My fortune. I had a dream last night. That a strange dog walked past me, and that dog had the number 39. Is that the kind of dreams you have? Who knows? Wish me luck.
It's a tense moment as the numbers are counted.
310, 320. 4.
And my dream turns out to be a shaggy dog story.
7. 77 was my number. 97 was the result.
Still, two of my lucky numbers.
9 and 7.
Next, I head out of the city to explore the region's famed Khasi hills and villages. Incredible to think that despite landscapes like this, the northeast is one of the least visited areas of India. But things are slowly changing.
We've been travelling out of Shillong into the countryside towards the Bangladesh border for about 2 hours now. It's been pretty bumpy and rough roads until suddenly we have reached this bit. It's a beautifully smooth road that wouldn't look out of place in a major town. And we're heading towards a village that's got a really interesting reputation.
The Khasi Hills are the only place in the world where you find bridges grown from the roots of the India rubber tree, or Ficus elastica.
We learned that it was constructed during the year 1840. This bridge was meant for the villagers to cross over the river when they tended to their daily life, mainly agriculture. During that time, there was no partition, no Bangladesh, no Pakistan. So we had that link.
During monsoon, the Khasi Hills are hit by record-breaking downpours, more than 20 feet of rain in a month. These are some of the wettest places on the planet. But people here have found an ingenious way to harness nature. in order to prevent the village being cut off by floods.
Just tell me what they're doing right now.
Now they are tying the bamboos to cross on both sides of the river so that the roots of this tree would be woven along these bamboos.
Bamboo acts as a scaffolding which helps connect roots from trees growing on opposite riverbanks. This is skilled and occasionally dangerous work. Thanks to continuous repairs, bridges like this have stood firm for generations and will probably remain for many more to come. So we leave Meghalaya and head to Assam, passing through some of the 25,000 tea plantations that have made this region world famous. We're on our way to Jorhat, just a few hundred kilometers from India's border with China, and the jumping off point for our next adventure.
I'm on the banks of the mighty river Brahmaputra and about to go to a very spiritual place, the island of Majuli, which is one of the biggest river islands in the world. Now, there's 150,000 people on that island and only 6 ferries a day, so it's really crammed, each one. Just looking at the list of prices for all the different categories. Passengers, 15 rupees. It's okay, it's reasonable. Then you go down past the vehicles and animals have to pay. Buffalo has to pay 45. Bull, cow, 30. And then the poor elephant has to fork out 907 rupees.
Perhaps fortunately, none of these creatures were travelling with us today. And incredibly, after a few last-minute panics, we're set to go. I climb onto the corrugated aluminium roof to join men who do this trip day in, day out. Starting in Tibet, the Brahmaputra River is nearly 2,000 miles long. It's second only to the Amazon in the volume of water that rushes through it.
So, interesting game of cards going on here. I think they're playing whist. I feel like we should join in, but it may be a private game with high stakes.
We arrive at Majuli. It's turmoil again, trying to get off the boat.
To avoid the queue, there was a sneaky way out, which basically involves climbing onto another boat. That way. Do you know what? I think I'm going to take that one. Well, here we are on land. It doesn't look quite as spiritual as I imagined. If you look way into the distance, it's just one big flat land of desert. But let's see.
Majuli Island is home to 22 monasteries, or satras, initially established in the 16th century by the Assamese guru Sankadeva. Boys are instructed from a very young age in the religion he preached, Vaishnavism, an offshoot of Hinduism. The monks are celibate. According to their beliefs, they worship only one god, follow a vegetarian diet, and reject the caste system. And here at Uttar Kamalabari, the doctrine includes this special art form.
এটা সময়লৈকে আমাৰ সাংস্কৃতিক এটা উপাসনাৰ ব্যৱস্থা হিচাপে আছিল, কিন্তু আজি এতিয়া পাৰফৰ্মিং আৰ্টলৈ ব্যৱস্থিত হৈছে আৰু সকলোৱে ভকত বৈষ্ণৱ আমাৰ সকলোৱে আজি পাৰফৰ্মিং আৰ্ট হিচাপে আগুৱাই লৈ যোৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে। আৰু বিশেষকৈ বিশেষকৈ আমাৰ সত্ৰত এতিয়া সংস্কৃতিৰ মাধ্যমেৰে যে এটা আৰ্নিং চ'ৰ্চো হ'ব পাৰে সেই চিন্তাও আৰম্ভ হৈছে।
This form of classical dance is now recognized by the authorities as a genre in its own right, and many of these monks have performed around the world.
That was amazing. Thank you very much indeed. And I know you spend a lifetime learning the skills of this. But can I have a go? Can I try like this?
Yeah. Arm is through here. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
First time, please. Yeah. Yeah. Very well. Here.
It's a long one.
Very good. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1.
There are 64 positions in this classical dance, and I'm having trouble with the first 2.
Oh, it's very difficult. 1. Okay, let them play. Without the grace as well. No grace whatsoever.
He makes it look so easy, and it's incredibly difficult. And I don't think I'm just going to leave it to the experts. Sometimes you just have to give up and let them carry on.
An exquisite performance.
But there's one problem, one very big problem, and that is that this island may simply not exist in just a few decades' time.
Hard to believe at the moment, but there is a genuine worry that Majuli will be submerged and destroyed within 20 years. In the last 70 years, it's shrunk in size by 2/3. And a majority of the original 65 monasteries have gone. Every monsoon, the Brahmaputra River swells, eroding the terrain around it. Bit by bit, the land is disappearing, but there is hope.
So now I'm on my way in a tractor to go and see a man whose life's mission has been to try and tackle the flooding that's afflicted Majuli. He is basically Assam's very own eco-warrior. Sadly, these are areas that get completely deluged when the monsoon hits. There's some water there that we have to cross.
For more than 40 years, Jalev Payeng's taken on an extraordinary challenge to save this land from vanishing.
যে 79ত কলংকৈ বানপানীত যেতিয়া ইয়াত অভাৱ হৈ কিনে জাবৰ জোঁথৰ লাগিছিল অৰুণাচল প্ৰদেশ চাইনাৰ পৰা যেতিয়া হাফ বেংগু গুচি আহিছিল পানী অভাৱ ফাটত তেতিয়া ফটকে পানী শুকাই ইয়াত জাবৰ জোঁথৰ লাগি গৈছিল জাবৰ জোঁথৰ লাগোতে তাত শতাধিক সাপ পাইছিল জুন জুলাই মাহত আগত জেঠ মাহত 12 কৰ মাৰে সেই বছৰ 23 কৰ মাৰিছে 23 কৰ মাৰতে সাপৰ মৃত্যু হৈ গৈছিল শতাধিক সাপ মৃত্যু হৈছিল.
And so his lifelong calling began. Jadav is known today as the forest man of India. He began planting trees so the roots would bind the soil, soak up excess water, and prevent the land from being eroded by flooding. From a barren landscape, he's created a forest the size of New York's Central Park. And he feels this will be more effective in saving nearby Majuli than following government flood prevention schemes.
ইয়াৰ মূলতে হ'ল মাজুলী বচাবলৈ হ'লে কংক্ৰিটৰ ফৰেষ্ট আৰ্টিফিচিয়েল কৰিব নালাগিব আৰু তেনেকৈ যদি মাজুলী গোটেই সাইডটো যদি গছ গছনি ৰুৱে পৰিৱেশ সুন্দৰ কৰি ৰাখে তেতিয়াহ'লে মাজুলীটো বাচি যাব.
So we are now going to do the ritual that every guest that comes here is asked to do, which is to plant a tree. What kind of tree is this?
Tengagos.
So I'm going to put this in here. Yes, it's good.
Jadav has spoken at environmental summits all around the world, and his roll call of guests is equally international.
জাপানৰ পৰা আহিছে, আমেৰিকাৰ পৰা আহিছে, অষ্ট্ৰেলিয়াৰ পৰা আহিছে, ছুইজাৰলেণ্ড, নেদাৰলেণ্ড, থাইলেণ্ড, Taiwan.
And I do know that everyone who plants a tree, when it grows, they put a plaque down with their name on it. So I'm going to have that privilege. Wow. Fantastic. Thank you.
পৃথিৱীখন অকল মই ভাল পালে নহ'ব, সকলোৱে ভাল পাব।
And so to my final day in Assam, and a different kind of ritualistic celebration of nature.
If there's one recurring theme throughout my trip in the Northeast, it's the sense of community, kind of everywhere really. And there's nothing better to illustrate that than this, a local village going down to the river to celebrate harvest.
This community was started in 1939 by a young woman who came from the mountains in search of food.
Gradually, she found that okay, this place is quite better for her because it's close to water and civilization didn't grow up. So finally, she brings a family here, followed by her brother. And this particular village witnesses the entire family of her own clan.
Really, all come from that one woman?
Yeah, that's right.
Really? Wow, fascinating. Wow.
This is a much-loved annual celebration. People of all ages gather to mutton using fishing methods that have been passed down through generations.
Dig it in. Yeah, dig it in. A little stumping like this. Yeah, stumping. Yeah. Then you pull it towards you. Yeah. Oh, you got to pull the stick. Yeah. That's all. And look! You can't see this, but it's just full of fish. It's just full of fish. This is today's catch. Wow! That is pretty good. And this you will cook now? Yeah? Excellent. Wow. Beautiful. Fish.
So my trek across India from border to border is almost over, and it's been a real journey of discovery for me off the beaten track.
This isn't India on tap, kind of instant gratification, which some people are accustomed to. But the rewards, if you make the effort, are immense. Oh. Can they bite?
Yeah, it does.
It bites. Is it poisonous?
No, not much.
Not much. Can I get out now?
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Rachel Burden and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. People who are wrongly imprisoned will no longer have their living costs taken out of their compensation payments, following the case of Andy Malkinson, who served 17 years for a crime he didn't commit.
I thought to pay these people for doing what they're doing to me is the most sickening, abhorrent, repugnant thing I could imagine.
Social media companies set to crack down on people smugglers using their platforms to encourage asylum seekers to cross the English Channel.
President Zelensky says Russia has bombed a blood transfusion centre in Ukraine, describing the attack as a war crime.
Good morning. After 60 years of trying, England will play a Netball World Cup final today. Australia stand between them and the sport's biggest prize.
And after the wet and windy day for some of us yesterday, some improvements in the weather for today. For many of us, there'll be some sunny spells, but also a few showers, which could be heavy at times. I have the full forecast throughout the programme.
Good morning. It's Sunday, the 6th of August. Our main story today. People who were wrongly convicted of crimes will no longer be charged living costs for the time they spent in prison.
The Ministry for Justice is scrapping the rules with immediate effect following an outcry over the case of a man who spent 17 years in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Joe Inwood has the details.
There are many shocking things about the case of Andy Malkinson. A jury misled, DNA evidence suppressed, 17 years in prison for a crime he did not commit. But for many, it was the revelation that Andy Malkinson would have to pay back some of his compensation to cover board and lodgings that was most shocking.
The very idea of paying once you've cleared your name, your captors, is really repugnant. The guilty don't pay. Why should the innocent? That's ridiculous.
But from today, that will change. Wrongly convicted prisoners like Andy will no longer have to pay towards the cost of their own imprisonment.
Yeah, that's very well. Very well. Yeah, good. It's a step in the right direction, but there's much more that needs changing too. You know, you don't want to put just a sticking plaster on something that's, mortally wounded. It needs much more.
There's been a real problem. Sentiments echoed by Sir Bob Neal. He chairs the Justice Select Committee and had called for this change.
When the state makes an error, it's right and proper that the state accepts that as swiftly as possible, and secondly, that the state then doesn't try and put needless obstacles in the way of somebody seeking recompense.
Key amongst those obstacles is a new text introduced in 2014 that means that victims of miscarriages of justice need to prove their innocence beyond reasonable doubt.
That is an extremely difficult hurdle to meet. And that is why hardly anyone is now getting compensation anymore. Even very serious cases of people who've been in prison for murder or rape for years, for cases which are accepted as miscarriages of justice, are not meeting this test because it's so brutal. It's cruel. And it needs to change.
For now, Andy's survival or benefits. He says getting compensation could take 2 years and will be kept.
They should be making sure that compensated speedily, and also even the amount is kind of insulting because they've capped it at 10 years. How is that possible? You know, the more time that you've been tortured and held captive wrongfully, the more you should get. They didn't cap my imprisonment, but they'll cap the money that they're obliged to pay in compensation.
When Andy Malkinson left the Court of Appeal, his name was finally cleared. His fight for justice has been a long and difficult one. Even with today's announcement,
Anne White,
it is not yet over.
57 Mufferson Road, Lords Hill, Southampton, SO168GS. Had 4 boys. I am Gordon Thomas White. I am the eldest. Lee White went to Red Lodge School. Mark White went to Oaklands. Mark White was a drug dealer. He was selling cannabis all over Lords Hill in Southampton. He definitely was a drug dealer. He goes out with Lisa Tarry. Russell White went to the Red Lodge School. Russell was bossy and Lee was angry. Lee actually been charged with actual bodily harm. And he also gave me a black eye. My number is 075 111 97665. It's all going to court. We're going to court about this because I got sectioned. My mother, Anne White, got me sectioned. She sectioned me 2004 until 2022. My brothers got away with all the drugs they were selling, and really they should go to jail.
England know today's opponents well.
Victory over Australia! Wow, wow, wow!
Other interjections can also sum up how they stunned Australia in the group
stage, but having now beaten the top 2 teams in the world in 3 days, they fear no one.
To see them take that crucial step forward today, beating number 2 in the world, is just incredible. I've been a part of a Roses team that's been on a huge journey, and these guys have just taken a massive step forward, and they're an absolute inspiration.
For in Cape Town, reaching the summit is seldom simple. The view from up high can be quite something. Ben Crouch, BBC News.
And you can watch that on the BBC at 5 o'clock. Now, social media companies are set to crack down on posts by people smugglers that encourage asylum seekers to cross the English Channel. Platforms like Facebook and TikTok will work with the National Crime Agency. Well, our political correspondent Georgia Roberts can tell us more. Georgia, morning to you. Do we know how this will work?
Morning, Ben. Well, this is a voluntary partnership that will build on what the government says is already a successful approach being used by big tech firms to tackle this content, and it will actually be redirected, this content, away from people who search for it, and they'll be presented with alternative messages to rebut or undermine the damaging content that they searched for. And removing posts altogether is also something that the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, wants to see. For example, posts on group discounts on small boats, free spaces for children, and also offers the false documents. Now, Labour don't think too much of this. They say that the Home Secretary has lost control of the government's asylum policy amid 15,000 detected attempts to cross the Channel this year. The Liberal Democrats say this is just a policy that's tinkering around the edges, but this is the first of a week of announcements on the small boats issue, and it follows, of course, a tough week the government had this week amid delays to move around 500 asylum seekers into the Bibby Stockholm barge in Dorset accommodation, which has been met with delays for a number of reasons. We think this will now come tomorrow. Reports in the papers this morning that will happen tomorrow. And Oliver Dowden, the Deputy Prime Minister, defending the policy in the Sunday Telegraph against what he calls howls of outrage. The Home Secretary, Sarah Braverman, also talking about small boats this morning, saying lawyers who submit false asylum claims should face jail.
Okay, Georgia, for now, thanks very much, Georgia Roberts, there in our London news. Elsewhere today, a Russian-guided air bomb has hit a blood transfusion centre in northeastern Ukraine. It's killed and injured people. President Zelensky says in a social media post that he's describing the alleged attack as a war crime. Vincent McAviney has the details.
Blown out and ablaze in the dark of night. Reportedly, a blood transfusion centre in Kupiansk, in the northeastern Kharkiv region of Ukraine. President Zelensky claims people have been killed and injured after it was struck by a Russian-guided bomb. It has not so far publicly commented, but in a tweet, President Zelensky declared, "This war crime alone says everything about Russian aggression. Beasts that destroy everything that simply allows to live. Defeating terrorists is a matter of honor for everyone who values life." Kupiansk is only a few kilometers from the front line, comfortably within Russian missile range. It's not the first time they've struck medical buildings. The strike comes after Moscow accused Ukraine of hitting a Russian tanker with 11 crew members in the Black Sea on Saturday. Russian maritime officials said the engine room of the tanker was damaged by the Ukrainian drone, but no one was injured. It was the second such sea drone attack in as many days, after a Russian naval ship was damaged on Friday near one of their ports. The Ukrainians claim it suffered a serious breach, with videos showing it listing to one side.
So we are meeting quite often.
Yes. President Zelensky is currently in Saudi Arabia for a meeting of senior officials from 42 nations on the conflict. They're trying to reach an agreement on principles for how to end it.
Thank you.
Something Zelensky says can only occur when Russia respects the international rules-based order again.
The greater the consolidation of the world for the sake of restoring a just peace, the sooner an end will be put to the bombs and missiles with which Moscow wants to replace the norms of international law.
Russia has not been invited to these talks, and there is no prospect of direct talks between the two nations at the moment. But with Ukraine's counter-offensive slowly retaking territory, and more defense and security packages from allies expected this week, President Zelensky isn't in a rush to compromise. Vincent McAviney, BBC News.
More than 50 supporters of the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, have been detained after protesting against him being sentenced to 3 years in jail. Well, Mr. Khan had called for his supporters to demonstrate around the country after he was found guilty of not declaring money earned from selling gifts he received in office. He denies the charges and says he will appeal. The former Lost Profits singer and convicted paedophile Ian Watkins has reportedly been stabbed in prison. Newspaper reports say he was attacked at HMP Wakefield, where he's serving a 29-year sentence for child sex offences. The prison service said police are investigating an incident that happened yesterday. And an investigation is underway after at least 57 competitors were taken ill following a World Triathlon race in Sunderland. Water tests before the event showed high levels of E. coli, but British Triathlon said the samples were taken from outside the swimming area. The UK Health Security Agency is now investigating.
I'm going to get on that in a moment or two, but just take a look at these pictures from one city in Germany where they've had this almighty hailstorm. That's what that is. It looks like snow, but it's not. This city was battered with these massive hailstones, which then formed these enormous, almost like snow drifts. This is the southwest German city of Reutlingen. And look, they had to bring in heavy machinery, something like 250 firefighters to try and shift the covering of hail that was impeding all the roads.
Just a reminder, if you did need it, today's the 6th of August.
Yeah. And in fact, both of us competitors are half thinking about switching on the heating this weekend, which is ridiculous.
Is that allowed?
No, it absolutely isn't. And Simon will confirm that for me. But I have to say, Simon, you are teasing us with a picture of a beautiful sunrise here this morning. I don't believe it for a second.
No, it's nice out there. I mean, it's much nicer than it was this time yesterday morning. I mean, it really was just like autumn when we had that storm coming through. And you're right, temperatures struggled yesterday. But I'll give you a glimmer of hope because then by the end of next week, Thursday in particular, it's going to warm up quite considerably, actually. Temperatures in the mid to high 20s. Yes, good morning, everybody. We've got a fairly decent start today out there. Yes, certainly much quieter in Devon this morning than it was yesterday. We had gusts of wind up to 78 miles an hour, actually, in parts of Devon yesterday, with Storm Anthony moving its way through. Today, we've got some sunny spells. There are a few showers out there already. I think we'll see those showers becoming a bit more frequent into the afternoon. Some of those could be heavy and thundery. There is Storm Anthony. It's moving away to the east. You'll notice that we have got a bit of cloud over this eastern area. It's still linked in with that area of low pressure. It's still quite windy conditions around East Anglia and the eastern areas of England, but that's pulling away. And for many of us, this area of high pressure moving in to give us something a bit more settled for the second half of the weekend. So 1 or 2 showers initially across the eastern areas, still fairly gusty winds continuing into the afternoon. Elsewhere, sunny spells and showers. Some of those could be heavy, perhaps thundery across Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern parts of England as well. Lengthy of dry spells with some sunshine across Wales and southwest England, and temperatures, as a result of the sunshine, higher than they were yesterday. Now, for this evening, many of those showers will tend to fade away, so we're looking at some clear skies into Monday morning, and it could turn a little bit fresh, a bit chilly in the countryside, but these are the overnight temperatures in towns and cities, about 7 to 12 degrees. And then into Monday, we've got this ridge of high pressure just to the south, but this little weather feature here is going to move its way gradually eastward through Monday. But for most of the day on Monday, it's looking dry. Again, there'll be some sunny spells, a couple of showers around. They won't be quite as heavy or as frequent as today. And later on, we might see the cloud increasing in Northern Ireland, southwest Wales, southwest England. But again, with some sunny spells, temperatures creeping up about 21 Celsius there in the southeast of England. Going into the later stages of next week, we've got that weather system which will continue to move eastward during Tuesday. So quite cloudy for England and Wales, some spots of rain, certainly dry with some sunshine across Scotland and Northern Ireland. And again, temperatures in the high teens to the low 20s. But then as we go into Wednesday and Thursday, well, this is the jet stream. Remember, this is the weather maker. It's really high up in the atmosphere, fast wind, and it's bulging to the north. And when it goes to the north, that allows high pressure to build in, and actually as well, warmer air to come in from the south. So it's by Wednesday and particularly Thursday that we'll see those temperatures really start to rise. As I said, the mid to the high 20s. Now, if you look at this chart here, Thursday here, 24 to 26 pixels. You notice, however, it doesn't stick around for very long because by Friday it will turn fresher again with those temperatures in the high teens to the low 20s. But certainly, Wednesday, Thursday, something a bit more summery, and I don't think you'd be wanting to be heating on then, will you?
Well, that's a relief. We were admiring the bulging jet stream there, Simon, so we're very pleased
That
to
makes
see
us
that.
happy to see the orange bits appearing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, we don't need you to tell you it's been a very soggy summer so far, and okay, we can grumble about it, but look, we can, for most of us, just get on with it. It might be a cancelled barbecue or a slightly damp camping trip.
Yeah, for others though, especially farmers, it is a much more serious issue. The persistent rain has delayed harvests, it's damaged crops. Well, Joe Maple spent the day on a farm in East Yorkshire to find out what's happening.
When your whole year has been building up to the harvest, this is not what you want to see. Gaps in the fields where the driving wind and rain has flattened the wheat, and it's simply been too wet to work.
So Richard, just how far behind are you?
Well, it's the 3rd of August now. We'd normally be a quarter to halfway through our winter wheat. But not only that, we've got our spring barley and our oilseed rape still to harvest. Everything is still looking at us in the field.
And looking more closely, you can see the damage to the crop.
The grain within the ears is sprouting. So that is very, very bad news for us.
And it looks quite soft and mushy.
Soft and mushy and rotting it will be doing now, so and the quality is completely gone now.
You can squeeze the water out of it, can't you?
Yeah.
This shed should be at least half full of grain by now, and even when it's here, there'll be an extra cost to dry it out so it's ready to sell.
Economically, we shall lose money on the quality of the wheat. The yields will go down, and so our return won't be as great. But also, then we've got the added cost of the fuel and electricity with the drying.
The weather is, of course, a part of farming, but the extremes, the drought last year, a washout this, just adds to the pressures on the industry and those in it.
We've got a lot of issues going along around Brexit. Obviously, imports are coming into this country grown and produce the lower standards than we produce. And then, of course, we have the weather and the stress from that. And farming is not an easy time and not an easy industry to be in at the best of times. And so when you have these stresses and strains, you really need to have a lot of people and support around you to sort of share the burden of that mental stress.
It's all still in the field, rotting away.
I mean, you're thinking, is there really, I mean, this is, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's high stakes, it's all our income is concentrated into this period of harvesting, and it is a worrying time.
Well, Ollie Harrison has a farm in Merseyside and joins us here in the studios now. Really tough time for you at the moment. Just describe what you should be doing at this time of year.
Well, hoping for dry weather, get out there, get on the combine, harvest fields. Around this time now, we'll be drilling oilseed for next year. But it's just so waterlogged and so wet that we can't do anything.
And so basically, you're looking for some kind of window at some point where you can go and do all of that. But normally, you'd expect several days in a row of dry weather.
Yeah, so, a normal summer, you'd maybe have 4 or 5, 10 days dry weather, then you'd have a day of rain or so, then it'd dry up again. But instead, we're just getting 4 or 5 hours worth of dry in an afternoon, but obviously everything's still wet.
I mean, these are pictures from your farm that you shot. I mean, talk to me about what, and we can see the water there. I mean, is it even worth you going out on the combine when it's like that?
It's a salvage operation. We've got to get it off because we need the cash flow for next year. That's we spent a year growing that crop. It's the most expensive one we've ever grown because of the input inflation that we've had over the last 12 months. We've got to get it off. The quality is degrading every single day now because the rain is relentless.
Okay, and you've brought some stuff in to show us. So let me hold that and then tell us what we're looking at here.
So this should be like golden wheat, really. But if you look, it's starting to go black. It's literally rotted in the fields. And then we've got these smaller ones here, so they should look like that one. But because we had such dry weather in June, ironically, it died in June.
So the yield is absolutely not there where it should be.
So it really is a double whammy. So stunted because of the heat earlier in the year.
Yeah.
And now the stuff that has grown and managed to survive that.
Yeah. Is rotten and we're struggling to get out of the field. When we do get out of the field, it's wet still.
And then that's what we can see in the grades here.
So if you want to grab one of them, you can
really feel it's really wet.
Yeah, so that was fresh this morning. That's why my shoes are muddy. But if you bite them, you'll be able to see one of them will be one's 15% moisture, which is what it needs to be for us to store it and dry it and sell it.
Right.
Yeah.
The other one will be about 24% moisture. Normally, it's not economical to cook grain over about 17 or 18.
Yeah.
But this year we're having to cook 20+%, bring it in and then dry it.
Really chewy.
Yeah. So you can't mill that into flour, you see.
What happens to it then if this stuff is just unusable in large amounts?
Well, we have to condition it to make it usable, so we have to bring it in and mechanically dry it in the shed.
But that's more energy costs then, isn't it?
More energy, more time, more labour. We don't really have the space to bring it all in wet, dry it, and then put it into store. So we're just all the time we're kind of juggling and choked up with wet grain at the moment.
Now, I know you said that obviously you rely on the yield you get from this harvest then to buy crop for next year. If farmers can't actually afford to buy their crop for next year, what happens?
We just up the overdraft and carry on, and hope for that better year. I mean, in the last 4 years, three of them have had a dry spell at the wrong time, and yields have been really limited. And that's the ironic thing this year. We've got that dry spell in June, and now it's so wet. If we'd have had some of this rain in June, it probably would have saved us £100,000.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the weather as it was back then in June, and you think, wow, that was beautiful. And would have provided opportunity for them, but you still need to grow in time, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's roughly sort of 10 months to grow a wheat crop. Oilseed is sometimes over 12 months, and that's what we really need to be getting in the ground now for next year.
I've been down to the farm with you in the past, and you've told me then that it's all about being resilient. That this is what you do. That this is, what farming is all about. It's riding with all of the kind of unpredictability. Have you ever seen it this bad?
No, I've never seen the mood so low in agriculture either. Normally there's a little glimmer of optimism when we think things are going to get better, but this year it's just not good.
Do you talk about that with your fellow farmer friends? Is it something that you can be a bit more open about now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky. I dump it on YouTube every day, and I'm having a bad day.
And that helps?
Oh, definitely, yeah. No, 100%, yeah. And but yeah, bringing your mates up and seeing that they're all in the same boat, really. The oilseed grape yields have been shocking this year, and I think that's due to the wet weather we had in April, because it couldn't flower. It was so cold and wet in April. Petals were knocked off, the beans couldn't fly because it was wet, and yeah, it's not a good year at all, to be fair.
Is there a tiny bit of hope, as Simon was saying, that the weather will improve next week?
I just saw that then, but we need about 3 weeks of that, and then we need about another month in September to get next year's crop in.
And what's fascinating about what you do is there's so many different processes of, as you said, you've got to get this in months and months ago, then you've got to hope for the weather and everything's got to align. Ultimately, this is about creating stuff for customers, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what does this mean for supply and price?
I mean, it's not my harvest; it's everyone's. This is what everyone's going to eat now. Loads of people say if it's a poor harvest, the price is going to go up. There's 10% in a loaf of bread is the wheat, right? So if wheat doubled in price, it put 10 pence on a loaf of bread. If wheat doubled in price, we might make some money, but I can't see that happening.
And do you think that's why we sort of lost the connection of the farm to farm?
Yeah.
So we don't really notice the effect.
No. And for instance, at the moment, grain is the same price it was 11 years ago. But all your costs are the triple.
It's really, really tough. Listen, thank you for all the work that you and your colleagues are doing. Just to try and keep going.
We don't even go through the machinery, it's that wet at the moment, so we need a day to dry.
Right, we will do our sun dance for you. And good luck over the coming weeks. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you. That's the only thing. At the time, just approaching 26 minutes past 7 now. Another story from the BBC's We Were There collection. That, you may know, is a collection of first-hand accounts from those who served in the Second World War.
Jack Mortimer from Leeds was just 20 when he took part in the D-Day landings. He says he's never forgotten those who died trying to secure Sword Beach before he landed.
I'm not a hero. Definitely not a hero. The only heroes in any war are the ones that don't come back. I sit on the table, and it said in the table, embarked 6th of June. Wasn't called D-Day or anything like that then. It was just 6th of June.
The Normandy coast now, shrouded with a smoke pall from the raging battle.
We woke up one morning and there were thousands and thousands of ships on each side of them. Loads and loads of vehicles, tanks and artillery. And everybody knew exactly where they were, which part of the beach they were supposed to be at. It was noisy, smelly. It was all chaos organised. Oh yeah, you could have died any time. I did my little job and everybody else did their little job. And all those little jobs together made it possible to lead France and to beat the Germans. Rathhill is a very emotional place for me. It is mainly for the 6th Paratroop Brigade. These paratroopers landed earlier, very early on D-Day, and they took out 2 big guns which were stationed nearby. Sword Beach, where I landed, was within range of these guns. Had they not done that, maybe I wouldn't be here. They possibly saved hundreds and hundreds of lives on Sword Beach. Well, I've been back to that cemetery 3 or 4 times, and I always have to sit down and have a little week and think that I think it's not me.
Incredible story, actually. And our thanks to Jack for sharing that.
Yeah, it's worth saying as well, there's so many more of those stories on the website. If you served in the Second World War, maybe you know someone who did, please share their story with us. That's how you get in touch. The email address on screen there, to keep those stories and those memories alive.
It's around 7:29. You're watching Breakfast on the BBC. Still to come on today's programme, we're going to meet the Rose, whose attempt to circumnavigate Britain went very badly wrong at Mulliken Tyre, prompting a major rescue. It's a harrowing story, and we'll speak to them at 10 to 9.
Well, the time just approaching 7:30, and our main story this morning is that victims of miscarriages of justice will no longer be charged for living costs that they accrued while they were wrongly held in prison.
The government's decision follows a public outcry over the case of Andrew Malkinson, who spent 17 years in jail for a crime he didn't commit. His solicitor is Emily Bolton from the charity Law Practice Appeal, and she joins us now from Dorset. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us, Emily. I think a lot of people will just be astonished that this practice was still continuing. You have to pay back for the time you've spent in prison out of your compensation payments. Can you just explain how it works at the moment?
So the rule was that you could have deducted from any compensation that you were awarded a proportion that was your saved living expenses for the time that you were in prison. Now that rule was absolutely nasty. That meant that Andy Malkinson, when he walked out the gate, thought he was going to lose essentially board and lodging costs from the people, and he had to pay back the people who he says kidnapped him. So Andy's very, very pleased that this law has now been withdrawn, but he thinks that this is just the beginning of the reforms that are needed around compensation. This rule was nasty, frankly, and I think the public agreed with him about that. But there are 2 more aspects of our compensation statute that are problematic. First of all, that people who are wrongfully convicted, there's a cap, there's £1 million cap on compensation. And frankly, that's just mean. Andy served 17 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, and it's capped at £1 million. And I ask your viewers, how much would you need to receive to spend 17 years in prison for a crime you didn't commit? But the real problem with Andy, people who are wrongfully convicted are forced to prove their innocence a second time. So Andy's case has been quashed by the Court of Appeal. He's proved his conviction is unsafe. But this wrong says he has to go through a whole other process, a second time, proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he's innocent. And that is wicked.
Yes, and you've raised two important points there, Emily. So, yes, a change in the law that is very welcome, as you said, but it's imperfect, isn't it? And one is about that level of compensation. So there's one rate up to 10 years and then another rate over 10 years. And it feels like quite a blunt instrument, doesn't it? But then also it's that burden of proof, that proving innocence once again. How would you like to see that reformed?
So a prisoner whose conviction has been quashed on the basis that it is unsafe should automatically be entitled to compensation. We should revert to the old system, which is where that was what took place. It simply takes too long. Andy has been out of prison for 2.5 years. His conviction has been quashed for a week and a half, and he still does not know where he stands. And it will be many months, if not years, before he knows where he stands. He's living off benefits. He's homeless. People should be met on those steps of the Court of Appeal with a package that means that they know where they're going to sleep that night, they know how they're going to live for the coming weeks and months, while the rest of the compensation is sorted out. And obviously, Andy may have an action against the police. He may go the compensation route. He doesn't know yet. But whatever he does, he shouldn't be living in limbo in the meantime.
Yes, and just on that proving innocence once again, it's the challenge there is finding the evidence and finding the proof to prove your innocence. And in some cases, you're asking the people who wrongly convicted you in the first place to provide evidence to say that they were wrong. And that's difficult to get hold of.
And this is part of the absurdity. In so many cases of wrongful conviction, there has unfortunately been police misconduct. And that means that the very file that you're looking into to find the evidence of actual innocence, to demonstrate that you're actually innocent beyond a reasonable doubt to get compensation, that file has been corrupted. We know in Andy's case, for instance, the police have admitted to unlawful destruction of evidence. And they also indicated that this practice was common, that weeding a file of evidence was common. So how is a wrongfully convicted person 20 years later, whether Andy or someone else, supposed to be able to find the evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they're innocent, when the very law enforcement agency that put them in prison in the first place is messing with the file?
The Ministry of Justice, in their statement, have said fairness is a core pillar of our justice system. They say it's a common sense change that will ensure victims do not face paying twice for crimes they did not commit. But presumably, with these additional challenges that you've been outlining there, presumably for some people, what they just give up. So full compensation, what sort of long-term impact then does that have on their lives and their ability to rehabilitate after their experiences?
Well, I mean, take Victor Lee. He was exonerated in 2013, 10 years ago, and he is still fighting for compensation. In his case, alongside that of Sam Hallam, is in the European Court of Human Rights at the moment.
All you need is love.
Innocence is offended by this.
All you need is love.
To prove your innocence after your
all you need is love, love is all you need.
Impacting people long term. But also the Ministry of Justice saying that this means that they shouldn't have to pay twice. They shouldn't have to pay twice, but also they shouldn't have to fight twice. And that's what's so important here to get across. That the current system means that they have to go through the trauma of having another court battle in order to have some chance of having financial means to rebuild their lives. Because you can't, like, compensation is a dirty word as far as I'm concerned. You cannot compensate Andrew Malcolmson for spending 17 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. You can, however, give him some of the tools for rebuilding his life, whether that is therapeutic, whether that's a Dutch passport, which is what he wants because Brexit robbed him his opportunity to live in his home country, in his adopted home country, the Netherlands, or whether it's cash. He needs all of those things. Can we just remove this barrier between wrongfully convicted people and the opportunity to try and put the fragments of their lives back together, what's left of their lives?
Emily Bolton, thank you very much. Emily is Director of Appeal and represented Andy Malkinson as his conviction was overturned.
The time 7:36. Let's go and chat with all the sport, shall we? It's all about the Netball World Cup.
It is. We are getting closer to that final, but it's this afternoon which England will be playing in, looking to make history, hoping to win the Netball World Cup for the first time. It is Australia who await them after what was an incredible semi-final win for England over New Zealand. Let's head to Cape Town then, because our reporter Catherine Merry is there for us. Catherine, I've been covering this from the start, and it has been a fantastic Netball World Cup so far. What's impressed you most about England, and in particular in that dramatic 46-40 win over New Zealand?
Yeah, morning, Chet, and I like that you said it's that final. It's a huge final, and you know what? England could win this. They had a really dramatic but brilliant semi-final win yesterday, as you mentioned, over New Zealand. New Zealand, the Silver Ferns, the defending champions. It was always going to be a hard ask after they picked up victory against Australia. But Jess Philby and her side will just not be denied here, and they just romped away with that semi-final with relative ease, if I'm being honest. They got themselves, as you say, into their first ever Netball World Cup final today.
When we think of England and that incredible success, 2018 on the Gold Coast, Commonwealth gold, that really ratcheted up the expectation. There hasn't necessarily been anything that's backed that up since. Of course, there was a bronze medal at the World Cup that followed, that huge disappointment at the Commonwealth Games. Remember being in Birmingham last summer. They have really turned this around, haven't they? And I love your optimism. It's infectious. England can win this. Australian favourites, dare I say, look at this record. It's saying 12th title. Their head-to-head over England is pretty formidable, and they got that good win over Jamaica in the end. Australia favourites in this?
It's a good question, Chetan, because I'd say yes. But Australia had a real bruising encounter yesterday against Jamaica in their semi-final. The Sunshine Girls were looking to make history just like England and get into their first Netball World Cup final. So Australia had to work hard yesterday and did have the harder of the semi-finals. But in terms of the final, later today, 4:45 on BBC Two, I genuinely think England can win this. But Australia, as you mentioned, the 11th-time world champions, the world #1 team. The pressure, though, is not on England. They've already made history. The question is, can they do it again? And many of us, all the England fans, think they can.
And England will, of course, beat Australia on Thursday, which gives that optimism as well. What have England done, Catherine, in the last 12 months, from that low of the Commonwealth Games where they missed out on a medal to now be here in a World Cup final?
It's that turnaround, Chetan, isn't it, that you mentioned? Not finishing on the podium in Birmingham in the home Commonwealth Games last year was a huge disappointment, and having won the titles you mentioned in 2018. It's the mindset. The environment that Jess Philby has created around the England Roses is one of belief. It's calm, it's relaxed, and there's a real focus as well. It's a massive, massive difference because it's virtually the same players. These aren't different players. 7, 8 of the team have been in these positions before, but the turnaround has been massive. The mindset, the belief, the confidence of these England Roses. I have genuinely seen nothing like it over the last few years for England netball, which is, that's why it could be the difference today. That's why they could lift this Netball World Cup title later.
Catherine, you've done the plug already, but I will do it again just to repeat in case anyone missed it. That coverage is at 5 o'clock today. That's when the match starts. From 4:45, join Catherine and the team on BBC Two, on BBC iPlayer and the BBC Sport website, and at England against Australia. That's at the Netball World Cup. What about Football World Cup? England's Lionesses a little over 24 hours away from their last 16 match against Nigeria. Some good news ahead of that. Kira Walsh has returned to team training, one of the most important players in that side. She suffered a knock in the win over Denmark, but it appears it could be a serious knee injury, but she should be fit to play again at the tournament. And already through to the quarterfinals this morning are the Netherlands, beaten finalists last time. I remember when England boss Serena Wiegman was their manager. They are now 2 wins from reaching back-to-back finals after a 2-0 victory over South Africa. Jill Ward, Manchester City's new club record, signing to score in their opener. Next up for them will be Spain and Wellington on Friday. This morning, the defending champions, the USA, play Sweden. Now, Brendan Rodgers' second spell in charge of Celtic got to a great start on the opening day of the new Scottish Premiership season. Side beat Ross County 4-2 at Celtic Park. Then turned on scoring 2 of the goals. Rangers, though, have already lost ground on their Glasgow rivals after losing their opening match of the season. 1-0 at Kilmarnock. Frank Lyons with the only goal of the game. And Watford are the very early leaders of the Championship after thrashing Queen's Park Rangers 4-0 in their opening game, and it was a great start from newly promoted Plymouth Argyle, who beat Huddersfield 3-1. Have a look at this solo goal from Bally Mumba at the finish. It was another golden day in Scotland for Great Britain at the Cycling World Championships, where they won 5 gold medals at the Velodrome in Glasgow. Britain's women won their team pursuit for the first time in 9 years in her home city. Katie Archibald inspiring her teammates Eleanor Barker, Josie Knight and Anna Morris to beat New Zealand by more than 3 seconds.
It's all coming out now, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, you say this is the event, and someone was talking about imposter syndrome the other day, and you almost have it the other way around with this. We've always seen ourselves as the best in the world, but we've not been here on the top step since 2014. So, you know, to have that feeling validated, I suppose, even if it is one day a year, it feels good.
Well, Britain's power athletes continue to show they're the best in the world. Jaco van Gassel was involved in a British 1-2 in the men's C3 scratch race ahead of defending champion Kenny Bray. Medals were awarded for victory celebration. Sam Ruddock would top the podium. He had this nervous wait now to see if he'd done enough in a C1 1-kilometre time trial for gold. And when he saw he had, this was his celebration, pure joy at beating the world record holder and favourite China's Li Zhang. Away from the velodrome was a huge surprise in the men's downhill mountain bike race at Fort William. Charlie Hatton arrived at this event never having won a World Cup race, and yet he conquered the rain-swept muddy course and his rivals to win gold. A fellow Briton, Rory Greenland, won bronze. Great Britain's Ellie Chalice now has 3 gold medals to her name at the Para Swimming World Championships in Manchester after winning the S3 200 metres freestyle. And Macy Summers-Newton broke the European record as she retained her SB6 100 metres title for her second gold of the week. She said she was in a really good place just a year out from the Paralympics in Paris. I want to tell you about this. Simone Biles has made a spectacular return to gymnastics after a 2-year break, which she said she needed for her mental health. A 4-time Olympic champion, now 26, thrilled the crowd in Chicago to win the US Classic, her first event since the Tokyo Olympics, where she pulled out of 5 of her 6 finals. You might remember saying she was suffering from twisties, a mental block where gymnasts lose their sense of space in the air. But she says after her victory in Chicago that she's feeling really good about where she is now, both mentally and physically. There's still no word on whether she'll be competing at the Olympics next year. It's great to see Simone Biles back.
Yeah, it really is actually. I think some of us wondered whether she would absolutely actually come back to competitive gymnastics. So absolutely phenomenal that she's done that.
And quite right, take that break,
Yeah.
mental health break, and then come back. And we know so many sports are about mental ability, aren't they? And just that determination, that focus. So
She's such a phenomenal talent, she really is. So listen, just to remind you again, 2 big events in women's sport. We've got the England final at the Netball World Cup tonight against Australia.
5 o'clock.
That's 5 o'clock. And then tomorrow, England's women playing in their next match in the Women's World Cup down London. I think that's an 8:30 kickoff. So make sure you set the clocks for that.
So let's check the all-important weather for whatever you're up to this Sunday. Simon has the details. Simon, you keep telling us it's going to get nice, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Look at that. That's
Is that this morning?
That's this morning, isn't
Wow.
it? Really? In Bedford, yeah. Some lovely sunshine out there. It is getting better, I promise you. It's certainly better than it was yesterday. Of course, we had Storm Anthony yesterday. That's cleared away. And yes, a lovely start today in Bedford. We've had 1 or 2 showers around this morning already, so the opportunity to catch a rainbow or 2 already in Shropshire. And as we go through today, I think we will see that case of sunny spells and showers continuing into this afternoon. Now, as we go through today, we'll see those sunny spells through most of the morning. Showers this afternoon, heavy, potentially thundery as well. That was Storm Anthony yesterday, moving away this morning to the east. We saw a rather brisk northerly wind down the eastern side of England this morning. A bit of cloud here associated with that as well. But you can see from the satellite image just a window of finer weather for many of us through today. 1 or 2 showers, as I mentioned, around parts of North East Wales, Merseyside, pushing their way through Shropshire into the Midlands this morning, and the showers becoming a little more widespread into the afternoon. They could be heavy and thundery for Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, dry though with some sunny spells, and temperatures higher than they were yesterday because of the more sunshine out there, highs of the high teens to maybe 20 or 21 degrees. Through this evening and tonight, those showers will tend to fade away. Clear skies taking us into tomorrow morning. It means it could be a little bit fresh, a bit chilly in the countryside. For those, the temperatures in towns and cities, 7 to 12 degrees Celsius. Now then, Monday. For many of us, we've got this area of high pressure, which is dry and settled weather, but then this little area of low pressure moving its way in from the west. And that will just mean that we'll see a bit more cloud into the afternoon across Northern Ireland, South West Wales and South West England. Otherwise, though, it's a dry day for most of us. A few showers across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England. Sunny spells, though, temperatures getting up to 18 to 21 degrees. As I said, later in the day, just a bit more cloud towards the southwest. That cloud will move its way eastward during Tuesday. Some spots of rain across England and Wales, but nothing too heavy. Not like it was yesterday, just some patchy rain clearing away into the afternoon. Driest and brightest of the weather on Tuesday for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Temperatures, once again, high teens to the low 20s. And then I know that everyone's been talking about where's summer coming back. Well, it's all about the jet stream. And the jet stream, up until now, has been to the south of the UK, driving weather systems. But as we go through Wednesday, Thursday, you can see it's to the north of the UK. And that allows pressure to build and air to start to come in from the south. So it's going to become more settled. And late Wednesday into Thursday, we start to see those temperatures rise. The humidity rises with it as well. And it may not last all that long, but you notice on Thursday, temperatures get up into the mid to potentially high 20s before by Friday it does turn fresher again and return to something a bit more unsettled. So yes, summer is on the way, just very briefly.
One day only.
Yeah. I'll take it. Come on.
Thanks, Simon.
Right, we'll be back with the headlines for you at the top of the hour, but now it's time for the latest tech news in play.
Pizza making, burger flipping, salad tossing.
Over the years, we've seen food robots chop, fry, and saute their way across the kitchen, saving us from one job at a time.
I'm such a lazy chef. I love eating the food, but I want to make making it as quick as possible.
See, I don't mind cooking, as long as you don't mind eating the same stuff every day.
Well, I think there's a solution for both of our problems. Over the years, we've seen more and more things become automated in the kitchen with various gadgets, but now the robotic kitchen may be upon us.
This is the first to market Robo Kitchen from Moley Robotics.
It's fully reliable product which you can put actually at home or restaurant, everywhere, and it's safe.
It's time for lunch. What are you making, Ray?
Today we actually want to make omelette. Choose the recipe.
Its arm sets the temperature, grasps items, and moves with military precision to deliver ingredients.
Next separation is all there.
And it knows how much to measure.
Yes.
Look, it's got the egg in the ladle.
Yeah.
And it's just trying to get any extra bits off so it doesn't bread. Got to keep the kitchen clean. Otherwise, the human's got to do that cleaning.
Yes.
Pre-training with recipe data and sensors teaches the arm exact amounts and actions.
And now it's taking the next implement. How's it going to mix? In a slightly robotic way, it's doing the job.
Of course, you don't have to stand by and watch, but for the first time at least, it's pretty mesmerising.
It's off to get the cheese. The tongs, it's going to shake that off, and then the tongs back there, tidier than any human would ever be.
Also, it's designed for constantly cooking, so it can cook without stopping. In the hotel, or in senior house, or in restaurant, I want to serve for 10 people at 2 o'clock, for example. And it can start cooking to be able to serve 10 or 15 people at 2 o'clock.
A human does still need to do the dishes, though.
There we go. So far, so good. And now to try it.
Lovely. The big difference between this and my own is this should turn out the same every time.
So far, 10 chefs have contributed to over 50 recipes to the Moli database, ranging from stir fries to curries, and more will be added when it becomes available in September. But there is still manual labour involved.
A lot of chopped up vegetables here, which looks like a human has done most of the work already.
Yes, but these vegetables and this container could be delivered from delivery service as a pack for this particular recipe.
Okay, so you could even avoid the chopping.
Dishes like this sweet potato soup can be personalised, and in future you'll be able to input your own recipes as well.
I don't eat garlic or onions, so I'll ask for it to be taken out.
Though it does take the robot several days to get the new recipes right.
Like anything, you usually need a time to perfect anything which you
That's right.
make.
Practice made perfect, even for robots.
Absolutely.
Now for the liquid.
That's stock, spiced coconut milk, and some seasoning.
Ah, time for salt and pepper. That looks like such a clumsy stir.
It is impressive, but costing a whopping 50,000 quid. Who's going to shell out for this spectacle?
First of all, it's a lot of waste when the chef doesn't want to work. For example, night shift, because nobody wants to sit down during the whole night and wait the order. Or if he wants to have a nice dish in the middle of nowhere, and for example, chef doesn't want to work there. He wants to work in the center of London. So that could be also the good option.
I can imagine it being used in the commercial space, but I do struggle to imagine many people actually having it in their home.
The strategy of the company is continue working on the machine and continue to make it more and more affordable. So one day, for sure, as we promised before, will cost much less, maybe 25, maybe 30K. So that's our goal.
That's still quite a jump from a standard kitchen, and it will sometimes need a wipe down.
I've just been told to stand back as things might get messy. Don't know how messy. I normally make more than that, to be fair.
For me, it's been totally effortless, but the real proof is not in the pudding, but in this soup.
Ooh. Delicious. Oh, it's got a bit of kick to it.
Oh, yeah, it's really good.
Very well blended by the robot and the blender.
Yeah, and the chef will create this recipe.
And the software engineer that trained the robot what to do. There's more people involved in the making of this soup than I'd have thought. Good though.
Now, we know that fast fashion isn't great for the planet, yet many stores still sell trendy, cheap clothes that are here today and gone tomorrow. But there are ways to make this trillion-dollar clothing industry more sustainable, as Francesca Hashemi has been planning it.
Millions of tons of clothes are sent to landfill every year, making the industry a major contributor of greenhouse gases and a massive consumer of a finite resource, water.
Fashion is the second most polluting industry after aviation and shipping. It accounts for 10% of global carbon emissions, and it's very water intensive.
From manufacturing textiles for cotton t-shirts to washing or dry cleaning clothes, the industry relies heavily on H2O. But some people are trying to change that.
Here at ACS, we also use water. We're our large laundry. We believe that in the next 12 months, we'll get to a stage where we won't take any water from the mains.
This fashion hub rents, resells, repairs, and sanitizes pre-loved clothes from the high street or luxury brands. But how sustainable is it?
Even though we might be working with some of these fast fashion brands, we're wanting them to help change their consumer mindsets on being able to rent or get second-hand fashion rather than this kind of linear model of just consuming constantly. So working with these brands, we are helping them to increase their sustainability credentials, but we're also stopping garments from ending up in landfill.
The way in which we handle the clothes on site, how we are carbon neutral, how we have gone through a process to minimise our CO2 emissions on our journey to net zero or a reduction of water. We know that how we handle them here is a much more sustainable way than what we all do in our own homes.
Talking of water, the entire operation once used about 20,000 litres of the stuff every day. About 50%, that's 10 or 11,000 litres, that was used in laundry. But they've managed to halve this by using something Scotland has plenty of. ACS now harvests rainwater from the roof, then recycles it to use for cleaning and preparing clothes for customers.
What we have is there's 3 pipes. The first pipe is actually the reused water. So this is the water from the laundry, and what it's done is at the end of one of the final cycles, it's actually pumped out and actually pumped in. You can see it along the pipe there, and pumped into this tank. The computer inside the laundry knows when the next cycle starts. It activates the pump that pumps the water out the tank, brings it up, and brings it in, and that inlet there. The second pipe that you see is actually the reused water from the cooling system. There's a tank in the floor above, it's a hot tank. That water is actually pumped into the tank, activated by the This one is for cold washes, and that water is rainwater harvesting, which is actually again stored in a tank upstairs.
So all the water that's collected for use on the laundry is not always going to be clean, especially if you're reusing it. How do you deal with that?
As you can see the waste pipe there, and the waste pipe that gradually goes through this very large filter, and it takes it and the wastewater then goes into the normal drainage system, the mains, and then what it's done is processed the way that normal water would be processed.
The team partnered with the University of West of Scotland to create a digital twin of their water consumption, and some of their findings were pretty interesting.
So at the moment, ACS utilizes 5.5 area, which is about 1,000 litres of water per day. We utilize the whole of the area. It would be around 8,000 litres per day. This would be almost sufficient not to utilize anything from external sources.
The entire operation being self-sufficient in terms of their water consumption is aspirational and of course very good. But it's also a great example of what one clothing hub is doing to increase their sustainability credentials. But in this fast-moving fashion economy, what more can industry do?
In terms of technology, we need a lot more data in the fashion industry. Currently, the majority of fashion brands will only publish their tier 1 suppliers on their website. That's people who manufacture and make the clothes. When it comes to tier 2, which is things like making fabric, and then tier 3, which is your raw materials, the majority of brands don't actually know where that's coming from. And I think moving forward, that's the type of data we're going to need to be capturing in order to avoid greenwashing.
And the short version of the programme, full web show can be found on iPlayer.
Thanks for watching, we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Rachel Burden and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. People who are wrongly imprisoned will no longer have their living costs taken out of their compensation payments, following the case of Andy Malkinson, who served 17 years for a crime he didn't commit.
So to pay these people for doing what they're doing to me is the most sickening, abhorrent, repugnant thing I can imagine.
Social media companies set to crack down on people smugglers using their platforms to encourage asylum seekers to cross the English Channel.
Good morning. After 60 years of trying, England will play a Netball World Cup final today. Australia stand between them and the sport's biggest prize.
And after the wet and windy day for some of us yesterday, some improvements in the weather for today. For many of us, there'll be some sunny spells, but also a few showers, which could be heavy at times. And the full forecast throughout the programme.
Morning, it's Sunday, the 6th of August. Our main story today, people who were wrongly convicted of crimes will no longer be charged living costs for the time they spent in prison.
The Ministry of Justice is scrapping the rule with immediate effect following an outcry over the case of a man who spent 17 years in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Joe Inwood has the details.
There are many shocking things about the case of Andy Malkinson. The jury's left DNA evidence suppressed. 17 years in prison for a crime.
Your counsels. It's really guilty though. Why should be innocent?
But from today, without change, prisoners like Andy will no longer have to pay.
That's very well. Very well. Yeah, good. It's a step in the right direction, but much more needs changing soon. I don't want to put just a sticking plaster on something that's, mortally wounded. It's much more.
It's been a real conversation
that the state accepts that as swiftly as possible, and secondly, that the state then doesn't try and obstacles in the way of seeking that.
That is why very serious cases which are accepted as miscarriages of justice are not using this test so it's cruel and it needs to change.
Making sure that compensation but also even the amount is kind of daunting because up to 10 years.
When Andy Malkinson left the Court of Appeal, his name was finally cleared. His fight for justice has been a long and difficult one, even with today's announcement.
Let me up and down and start. I'm sorry that I don't know. This is something that I don't get along. You need to Henderson here on BT Radio 1. Still got the tune of the weekend to play for Doja Cat and Anthony Wilkinson on the way. We're going to be chatting to Sam, who is our weekend warrior. Well, he looks for an unusual job. He definitely fits this assignment. From Pakistan, from Russia, maybe from the junk solo, no, I think it's going on 50s, I just linked up with my gypsies, I'm really moving big. I'm flowing, feeling generous, big things on fire, cause we're regulars. I said, yes, it's animal and generous. Let's take a trip to Pakistan, yeah, but from Pakistan,
information on this site.
They think I'm rapping happy, but I feel it. She's seen on the full 50 racks in cash on the bag. Can't get my tourist windows. Pulls me up, I told her, say my number's Labrador. Where's the lean drop? New season. I cop it fast. They're not giving me a second chance, not a chance. Fake friends, conspiracy cases, and the bombs. From Russia, my new being born in France. From around, from Pakistan. From Russia, Europe, from Pakistan, radio on BBC Radio 1. Good morning. 12 minutes past 8 on Sunday, the 6th of August. And it's Ori with you on Weekend Breakfast, all of that good stuff. Calling to Mark Bailey, who's one of our weekend warriors. He's a radiographer. Just finished a 14-hour shift in Nottingham. The Queen's Medical Centre. He's still back around there. See you near Nottingham. Very nice place. Get some rest though, 14 hours, my goodness. I wanted to honour the zookeeper as well on her way to work. Off the feet of the animals this morning. And morning to Jordan, the drainage engineer as well. However, our weekend warrior today is none other than Sam in Birmingham. Morning, Sam. Good morning. Right, Sam, what do you do for a living?
I'm actually driving from Birmingham to Northampton because today I am looking after the world's tallest walking T-Rex dinosaur ranger.
When this message came in, like so many question marks have popped in my mind. Right, like dinosaurs famously haven't existed for 65 million odd years. So
famously, you watched Jurassic World.
Clearly, I haven't. So, what is a dinosaur ranger for idiots like me?
Well, if you see any of the Jurassic Park films, you'll know that dinosaurs need looking after. So, famously, Chris Pratt is probably one of our favourite dinosaur rangers at the moment. So we teach our dinosaurs how to be interactive with children, how to say hello. I mean, some of our velociraptors can even say cheese towards the camera, which is quite cool.
This is very wholesome. I love this.
So we take dinosaurs out to all over the country. We've got like 20 dinosaurs, including the world's tallest walking T-Rex. So you can go out into town centre, you can say hello, you can give a chin tickle.
Can I say, the enthusiasm for your job is literally, I can feel it via the airwaves. Like, you genuinely enjoy what you do, don't you know?
I enjoy what I do, and also I enjoy that because there's children out there that's basically, I think, immediately the age of 5 or 6, everybody is a paleontologist. If you don't know what that is, use Google. But you can they come up to me and tell me about dinosaurs I've never heard of. I mean, I go to whisper something, don't tell anybody else, but actually I'll just so I've just learned about the dinosaurs that we look after. Normally, if I look in a dress at Christmas, I'm a pantomime day.
He's going on a vacation. Talk to me about this T-Rex that walks by itself. How does that work? Because as I said, question marks are popping up on my mind.
How's it with lots of venison? It's very snacky venison, so lots of venison keeps you well played and fed. It's about 12 foot tall, 15 foot long, and it's scary as anything. But if you were to pick it properly, it gives you a nice smile. That's friendly and nice to photograph.
Can I say, I want to give you one of these. Genuinely. I mean, I don't say this lightly. I think you might be my favourite caller that I've ever had on the radio. You are incredible. Talk to me about the song that you want to press play on this morning.
Well, I'm very much uploaded a dress of Pantomime Day, the dinosaur ranger, and a actor. I used to be an icon DJ, and I think There's a thing, Kish Home. I mean, I think we'll do a little bit of community radio as well. Are you going to even pick it up? I'm going to see these under the house. This song I thought used to get my dad for on the Saturday night go there, anything else. It's going to wake people up, and also, if the weather's not quite as good as it should be for this time of year, it should make you feel like you're on holiday and and relief.
Sam? Incredible. I think he should just take my job. I just stop talking. I'll Weekend Warrior, a dinosaur ranger from Birmingham, none other than Sam. Sam, what a guy. Thank you and enjoy work today.
How is that going?
Well, thanks very much for inviting me on this morning, and you're right.
BBC Radio 1. Early rise today. Don't care if we die today. These things know we try
With you to this here on BBC Radio 1, 22 minutes past 8. I'm calling over Kel, the trucker from Warrington. He said, I like how you essentially had to cut Sam off because he wouldn't stop talking. Honestly, if you can see me, I literally started talking to the microphone. I was like, right, and he was going on and on and on. Sam, what a character, what an individual. Our weekend warrior from Birmingham. Dinosaur Ranger. She's had a phonologist in the past. Dinosaur Ranger.
I'm sat outside for a little while.
Morning to Ollie from Hitchin as well. Morning to Dan Whitehurst on his birthday as well. Ollie's working and writing, caring for people that just come home from the hospital. Let's have a great day. No, you have a great day. You have a great day. Okay, so we played this yesterday. So Tune on the weekend comes courtesy of Doja Cat. It's called Paint the Town Red. Follows the single Attention. And there might be a new album on the way. She's been teasing it on social media. I watched a video to this yesterday. It's very odd. The song's good though. It's called Paint the Town Red. Anyone from Doja Cat. My tune of the weekend is We Paint the Town Red. Is this one from Stormzy?
I was proud, and his eyes was a little shade of brown. I liked his vibes, I took his number before I met. All night long, he was on my mind. So I sent him a text that said,
I just want something to do with that. So when they see the artist originally, obviously when she said that,
you back, so you on the back. They should hang you up, you're not a friend. You're my sweet love, that's a heart attack. You gon' make me turn that thing into a water trap. Drip, drip. Young girl, I'm on the stick, rich. I like my shit tick, yeah, you on the ring, I got it. Don't be sitting for the group chat. School take the root back. Broke, for you to shut that thing. Girl, I'm hoping we can stay friends. Tryna see a bigger picture from the same lens. But you know, hey, yeah, we're from the same ends. Free, I'm getting money, yeah, it makes sense. I'm always there, but I'm always on time. This flow that a man got, you got shine. I'm not trying to keep misery, you don't lie. You got shot into your mind.
I'm living in London now. That's what it is.
These clowns make you laugh a bit. The way I that's how you started it. You got it down, man. That's how I started it. I should have matched it, but you don't know part of it. You should tell a bad thing, it's not a kid. She's just looking at you. I got a career, got a ring with you. Got it for a down when I'm putting you. Maybe on the weekend I put some comfort. I'm ready Friday, I'm gonna get a peace. You said I came from a city. I come true at the end of the week. So I'm free, big man. I was known as a red. Tuesday, sir. Wednesday, cool.
With the weekend here on BBC Radio 1. And it is 8:30. It's time for the latest news and sport from Newsbeat and Charlotte Simpson.
Over in the US, Tyson Act, a YouTuber and Twitch streamer, has been charged over riots that happened in New York on Friday. Thousands gathered after he said he'd be giving out free games consoles. These guys were there.
Most of the people probably giveaways started coming out. That's when like things started getting out of control. People started questioning stuff. And it's like it was fun.
Police made more than 60 arrests. The influencer, who's got over 10 million followers, has been charged with at least 2 counts of encouraging riots and unlawful assembly. There's been protests in Pakistan after former Prime Minister Imran Khan was arrested and given a 3-year jail sentence. The ex-cricketer called for his supporters to take to the streets after he was found guilty of not declaring some of the money he made whilst in power. 50 of his supporters have been arrested. He's appealing all of the charges. People found to have spent time in prison for crimes they didn't commit will no longer be charged for their living costs. The government's changed the rules. It's after a man had a rape conviction cancelled after 17 years behind bars. And Malkinson is getting money back, but complains about having his prison costs knocked off. And which celebrity would you expect to see at Taylor Swift-themed spin class in LA? Justin Bieber, Cara Delevingne? Well, influencer Hannah spotted Prime Minister Rishi Sunak in her morning SoulCycle class. He'd recently been on holiday at the land. Right to sport and some positive news for England's Lionesses ahead of their last 16 match against Nigeria tomorrow in the Women's World Cup. Kira Walsh is back in training after recovering well from a knee injury. And the Premier League doesn't start until next weekend. Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta is back in front of the mic talking all about it.
We need to work here. That's what happened last season. There's nothing wrong. We have to start another season in the best possible way and then they're right again and try to build on it.
They play champions Manchester City later in the FA Community Shield at Wembley Stadium. This news week back at 9:30. On the BBC Sounds app. On the radio. Having a smart speaker, it's a Play Radio 1.
I love those films. I love those films. So it's to me to support one in general. Disrespect so I sort of sound effects and I'm going to watch the people who it's not typing, it's a type getting back to the well, there's a lot of those getting but staying with Suki. It's too many. I'm sure Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Every girl I ever talked to told me you were bad guy. You called them crazy. I hate the way I called them crazy to you. Dream comes true with me, try like a goddamn
Usually I never wanna jump like this, but I think I wanna do my chips, cause I'm feeling like go back. I just see fake like this. If you ever feel me fake like this, but I think I'll take that much. And I'm loving what you say, what you say, what you say when you're on my line. If I never make it back, make it back, make it back from the face, that's fine. If you never got that, that was my generation. Usually I never wanna jump like this, but I think I wanna do my chips, cause I'm feeling like go back. I just see fake like this. If you ever feel me fake like this, but I think I'll take that much.
Former tune of the weekend. It's the aim of Love Like This. Alright, enjoy the last series weekend breakfast, and it's all with you. So I'm going to go our email at the end. Hey with you, all the way till 10:30 this morning. Few messages coming in at 03700 please. Shall we do some little bits? Yeah, let's do it. Go on then. There was this boy, he made me feel like when we were young and playful. Anyway, he was in bed, full of songs about me. I wasn't crazy about the boy, but the melody was sweet. Little mix. Sweet melodies. In my head, I say it all the time. I can sing like that. No, I'm not going to ruin your morning. I'm not going to ruin your morning. Morning to Pippa. She's turned 1 today. Mummy and Daddy sent a message saying, love you so much. Happy birthday, Pippa. Okay, so I'm supposed to play some new music for you. I mean, we mentioned Barbie a lot, but it's everywhere, right? This is another song that's taken off the Barbie soundtrack. Comes courtesy of Charlie XCX. It's called Speed Drive. And there's the likes of Nicki Minaj, and Dua Lipa, Billie Eilish, Sam Smith. And Charlie's releasing new music. It's called Speed Drive. Anyone really want
She my best friend in the whole world. On the billboard, she's an inspo. And she dressed in really cute clothes. Claudia, women couldn't kill her. Her name's Monty Caparo. God, security gun. She got loyalty, she says I'm a lucky girl. I never mind. You're so fine, you're so fine, you got my mind. Jumping to the world, you see the wind in the street. They already know that over there.
making sure
It's on my mind.
Hey, good. But it goes like no. Here on BBC Radio 1, morning to Charlie and his dad. Drove down to Wembley today for his first ever football match. I'm assuming you're off to watch the Arsenal Man City game. Come on, you gunners. I don't know if you're an Arsenal supporter, but you should be. Okay, so Craig was on the radio last week, as he always is. He had an unpopular opinion. But this time he was joined by none other than like Calvin Harris. Let's discuss Louis' unpopular opinion. And this was Louis' unpopular opinion this week. So essentially, Louis came on here and spoke about how he hates it when artists do that fake laugh in the songs. And then Greg and Calvin had a nice little chat, speaking about all the songs that have those weird, kind of fake faux laughs in the middle of them. And surely you can't really hate all of those. And then they started talking about Justin Timberlake.
I think this one's a massive ick, actually.
Ladies, good morning. Yeah, I think he got away with it at the time.
He was a young lad. He was a young lad, so it's fine.
Can I just say, Calvin Harris calling Justin Timberlake a young lad? I don't know why I just found it the funniest thing in the world. Okay, so they're not too keen on Justin Timberlake. What about Whitney Houston?
Having fun in the studios, you know what I mean? I love to hear stuff like that.
I agree. So, yes to Whitney Houston, no to Justin Timberlake. What about the Queen herself, Queen Bee?
That's good. Beyonce's now too. I like that a lot. Yeah. I think it's great. Is it maybe that you don't like fun?
Do you know what? I like listening to Luke. No, don't like it. It's just very to the point. It can be on the radio with Calvin Harris and Greg James, but no, don't like it. Sorry, Beyonce, not interested. Alright, so Calvin's also done it on his record, even though he wasn't the one that specifically did it, but it's happened on a Calvin Harris song as well.
What Calvin Harris songs have got laughter in them? There's only one, and it's Promises with Sam and Jesse Reyes. And Jesse Reyes does this little giggle, and I just absolutely loved it. So I kept it, it's in the hook.
Right,
but you wouldn't normally go for a laugh. I've never done a laugh. Usually folk do it like at the start of songs.
So there's Calvin, and talking of that song, here it is.
So Jason, when you realise you're in trouble.
Alright, so Jordan and Vic, Jordan and Katie Tusterton are in for Greg tomorrow. Greg's on his holidays, and Radio 1 Breakfast is back from 7:30, and you can listen back to BBC Sounds for all of the goodness from Unpopular Opinion.
Take on control. Stay happy forever. And live for the night. Even when you leave you take me out, take me away.
Calvin Harris and Sam Smith with Desire here on BBC Radio 1. Who's playing the California pick up our food. Love it. Okay, it's time for us to get into our beauty introducing track of the week. Comes courtesy of Tiny Umbrellas. Been heavily supported by BBC Introducing in Norfolk. And Tiny Umbrellas have been creating their own brand, indie pop for a couple of years. Kick started off in their bedroom in Norfolk. So expected some guitar, some ukulele, and some garage vibes too. They played the introducer stage at Glastonbury last year, and they're going on tour this October. It's a brand new single for somebody. I'll do 3 1.
Always thought of things with Christmas. Growing up with your son
President Zelensky says that Russia's government administrative blood transfusion center described the attack as a war crime. Like Francis Zelensky's water open air mass meeting, over 1 million people expected for its service. The social time forwarding shares a deadline given by West African leaders for the military to reinstate the country's ousted president is due to expire in the coming hours. More than 50 people arrested in Pakistan protesting against slavery for their projects in Pakistan's 3-year prison sentence on corruption charges. The reported strike came shortly after the South facility manufactures engines for aircraft and helicopters. tweet because Zelensky said that this war crime says everything about national aggression. He's destroyed everything. Defeating terrorists is a matter of honour for everyone who tried his life. So far, this is a comment from on Ukraine has reports. And we are going to be speaking to a guest on this story later in the programme. I don't know if you can join us for that. And joining me later will be parents at home. Possibly as a retaliation. Listen to airdrop story later in the programme. We will take you to Washington. And this is day 5, the final day of Pope Francis' visit. And he's been celebrating World Youth Day over the 5 days by addressing various audiences in Poland. We understand over 1 million, 1.5 million worshippers in the church coming to hear Pope Francis on this 5-day trip. It is hot, as many reports describing temperatures climbing to 38 degrees Celsius, 95 in Fahrenheit, possibly 40 later today. You can see the vast crowds, just some of the crowds in this week. Yesterday, Pope Francis was in Fatima. It was a holy shrine there, and again, the crowds followed him there. And don't forget, Poland drought suffering those wildfires, which is described in part. Reflect on what we can say. We are here with great joy. We're very evident that let us talk to our correspondent in Lisbon, Alison Roberts. Alison, you've been working with events in Portugal over the last 5 days. Just describe in your words your surrounded by thousands of young people. It's great and the miracle and a potential way of helping bring the changes in the church that you need. And the changes that you want to see, he said, here we want to see. He said that a lot of and you know, last night it was all the people there in that there's change in the church and that young people can come and have it out. Over the last 6 days or with a rise I think we all pray there, praising from the idea that young people will go out into the world and put down their mobile phones and engage with people and help direct the things that they're repeating again and again on the day. Alison, thank you very much. Joining you later for more. Let's turn here to crimes will no longer be charged with living costs for the time they spent in prison. The Ministry of Justice is scrapping the law following an outcry over the case of a man who spent 17 years in jail for a crime he didn't commit in children.
imagine the industry yeah, that's very well. Very well. Yeah, good. That's the right direction, but much more than these changes. And don't want to put just a sticking plaster on something that's, possibly wouldn't be. Much more.
There's been a real sensitive step goes on to what the chair is not just
to write the proper, but the state accepts that as swiftly as possible, and secondly, that the state then doesn't try and create obstacles in the way of something
So much in up on the DoD, here on BBC Radio 1. Morning to Tabs. He was on a 4-hour drive to Huntingdon this morning saying, "You're keeping me company, thanks for the tunes, alright?" Okay, who am I is round the corner. We love to play it on a Sunday. I'll find to do some Dermot Kennedy. Lately I've been living in a dream. Past feels like a better place to be. The days we spent just sitting by the sea.
He says,
Empyrean skies can't compete with those eyes. The colors of that dress you love to wear. The way the sun got tangled in your hair. I remember everything. So why do I get this feeling from your memory?
How is that possible? The more time we freak out happy, but that would have been one of the
Just don't forget me. Every time I think about it now, I guess we never really figured out to hold each other through the ups and downs, the difficult nights, the times that we cried. I hope he knows it's special what he has. I hope he thinks it's magic when you laugh. Cause I remember everything, so why do I get this feeling like your face from your memory? So I want this song to come out, don't forget me. Every time you hear me smile, it's not the way when I was in the feeling all you had to let me go. Don't forget me. Just don't forget me. It was so right. You were all night. After we let it go, that one night was my whole life. It was time. After we let it go, that one night. It was so right. You were all night. After we let it go, that one night was my whole life. It was time. But I get this feeling like a change from your memory. So it's only cold, don't forget
and Algeria, which borders Niger to the north, has said it
just don't forget me.
against the armed direction. France, though, as a former colonial ruler, says it will
I
support.
feel like that piano is so fitting, so fitting. Shall I tell you why? Because it's time
The
for
German
us
Prime
to
Minister was in
do
Paris
this.
on Saturday, meeting lawmakers and greeting protesters outside.
Alright, good morning, it's BBC Radio 1, and it's already with you. It is now time for us to take our seats, as today's performance of Who Am I is about to begin. Footsteps in the background.
Hello, Gucci.
Can you guess
The
who our
deadline
mystery
is
celebrity
approaching. Why
is
don't you just
from
figure out
the
when that is
following
exactly?
clues? As ever, or if you're new here, the WhatsApp number is 03700 100 100, and I will be handing out some gold medals, some silver medals, some bronze medals, and whatever medal that Somali whatever medal that Somali runner got the other day, because that was the whole 10 seconds late. Back in character. Gold medals on offer, silver medals, and bronze. I'm about to press play on a clue for a mystery celebrity. And you, yes, you, I can see you, don't turn around, I'm looking at you. You have to guess who we are trying to figure out. You ready? You sure? Okay.
Before becoming an actress, I was scouted to be a model.
03700 100 100, please. Gold medals are on offer. Who do you think we are trying to figure out this morning?
And yet, the president, President Brazil, has been hailed as an example, rather showing Nigeria as an example of democracy. That's US Secretary of State saying that just a few months ago, and also reporting done rather well in reducing Muslims. Well, that's the irony of all the people precisely would rather have a democratic system, and Nigeria was beginning to feel like the beacon of democracy in the Sahel region, Pennsylvania, and similar things that happened in Iran and Burkina Faso in the last year. And so it was beginning to feel that Nigeria was the only country in the Sahel region that still had a stable democracy. But everyone has said that we want
I gotta carry him. Yeah. Let's go get it, man.
The ethnicity of ECOWAS have they deployed to West African countries in the past? And what was the outcome? Because many people are pointing to the cost of any military intervention, both financially, but also in terms of regional stability.
This is America. Here on Radio 1. Okay, so we are in the middle of Who Am I? We are trying to guess the mystery celebrity. I gave you a first clue in order to win a gold medal. And we have 3 gold medalists this morning. So morning to Christopher in London, John in Willenborough, Robin and Grace from West London as well. You are gold medalists. Congratulations, you've got it right. However, but the good comes the bad. And the bad meaning a lot of wrong answers. Jess, Will, and Charlie listening in Southampton. I've got for Cara Delevingne, that is incorrect. It is not Cara Delevingne. Hannah's also gone for Cara Delevingne. Incorrect. Like the emoji you sent in. It's a shrug emoji. You didn't send that out of confidence, clearly. Jim and the boys from Titan gone for Zendaya. You are wrong. George has gone for Emma Watson. And a lot of people have gone for Margot Robbie. Dan, Mia, Sky, Ruth from Lowestoft. Callum has gone for Margot Robbie as well. Vicky and Doncaster have gone for Jennifer Lawrence. You are all wrong. No gold medals for you. However, you still win yourself a silver. Are you ready for a second clue? I'm just going to assume you nodded in agreement. Yes, you're ready for a second clue? Okay, here's your second clue then.
I played a character called Ben in a movie set during the Cold War.
If you know who that is, 03700 100. Please, I'll be having that silver medals shortly. Wendy and Rudy Mansell here on BBC Radio 1, 20 minutes past 9 in the morning. And it's Ori with you. We are in the middle of Who Am I? Right, we've got some silver medals to give away. Michael, Sabrina and Warrington, Louis T in Manchester, Rachel and Blackstar, from Crew, Mark and Vicky drinking tea in the Whitney, like that. Sam and Fife walking the dogs, Rosie and Hull, Elena from London, you are all silver medalists this morning, and Zach from Birmingham. You just won yourself a silver medal. So we're trying to guess the mystery celebrity. And as much as we've had some gold winners and some silver medalists, Karina from Cornwall, it is not Emma Frail. And Jen from Devon, it is not Natalie Imbruglia. Good guess though, not Natalie Imbruglia. Okay, would you like another clue? Should I give you another one? Let's bring it down a bit. Let's bring it down a notch. You ready? This is your chance to get yourself a bronze medal. Real quick, this is the third and final clue of today's Who Am I?
I studied chess theory to help me in my most recent role.
Okay. Morning to Harriet from High Wycombe, who said in the message it is not Florence Pugh. Dan Mia Sky wrote the book, I think that's not Bella Thorne either. I've got a lot of people saying Florence Theory, it's not Hannah from Swindon, Vicky in Doncaster, it's not Keira Knightley either. I like how vast these picks and suggestions are. And it's not Cameron Diaz, Emma and Ellie. Okay. I think it's time for me to put us all about misery and figure out who today's Who Am I celebrity is. God, who is it now?
I am Anya Taylor-Joy.
Alright, should we look for some correct answers? Any more correct answers for us? Really quickly, just scrolling up, there we go. Erin, you've got it right. Anya Taylor from Jordan in Essex as well. Helen in Worcestershire's got it involved. Lauren from Bath. Ben from Lancaster, you were a bronze medalist. And Dave in Swaffham, you were also a bronze medalist this morning. And there we have it. Wait, what is that Netflix film? What is it? The Queen's Gambit, that's the one. I told you my brain doesn't work sometimes. Alright, let's do some Keegan Crow then.
well. And the maximum temperatures going up to 17, 19, 20 degrees Celsius. Certainly warmer than it was yesterday with a bit more sunshine around this afternoon. Now, the same thing for those showers will slowly fade away. That was a bit of showing to take us into the early part of Monday morning. Temperatures in the countryside typically fairly low, but typically about 7 to 10, 11 degrees Celsius on Monday morning. Now, that Monday, it's going to be a dry day. We've got this area coming through the British way. While the weather system gets out to the west, that will slowly shift later in the day. Both on Monday, dry with the sunshine. Quiet scattered showers will in the northern areas of the UK. Like I said, later on, the on South Wales, South West England, and that's up to the roads. Now, that little weather system just towards the west will really spread further eastward over Tuesday. So there'll be a bit more cloud around, maybe a few spots of rain like this, but England, Wales, up to the sunshine in Scotland, Northern Ireland, far north of England, the western translation of the day, and that's in the temperatures. Again on Tuesday, to the low 20s. Now, we're looking at something like very much when we start to see it later in the week. By Wednesday, the British pressure warms into the south west, which is really settled there, and with that, it's solidly good. So absolutely, late Wednesday into Thursday, we're going to see some increasing this morning, constant. So by Thursday, we go back to the high 20s. It's only though, when Friday, this is the weather comes in this very good,
The anchor with people here on BBC Radio 1. Alright, but itching episode close to 9:30 this morning. It's Oreo with you, keeping you company. I want to hand it to Ebony and James, who are on their way to James' football match this morning. Loving the tunes here on Radio 1. And it is now 9:30. It's time for the latest news and sport from Newsbeat and Charlotte Simpson.
US YouTuber and Twitch streamer Tyson has been charged in New York after thousands of people crowded the streets on Friday when he announced a free video game console giveaway. Fireworks were thrown with cars and businesses damaged too. Police there arrested more than 60 people. Naveen Dalwal's a US news reporter in New York.
Police say Tyson has been charged with 2 counts of incitement to riot and unlawful assembly.
He's been given a notice to appear in court. Ukraine says a medical center where blood is given to patients has been bombed by Russia. A number of people have been killed there in the northeast of the country, according to President Zelensky. Our reporter James Waterhouse is in Kyiv.
If there is accuracy to President Zelensky's claim, it appears once again that the medical building has come in harm's way. We've seen it before with a maternity hospital in the besieged city of Mariupol last year. This is a war that is synonymous with civilian areas and cities being directly targeted.
No word from Russia yet on the attack. Over 50 supporters of former Prime Minister of Pakistan Imran Khan have been detained there after holding protests after he was sentenced to 3 years in jail for not being honest about some of the money he earned whilst being PM. He's denied all the charges. And you might have spotted actor Hugh Jackman in the stands for Wrexham's return to the Football League after 15 years. They did lose by 3 points though. Over in the Championship, Watford kicked off their season by taking the top spot after a 4-0 win over QPR. Stoke beat Rotherham 4-1 and now second. Later, Leicester faced Coventry at lunchtime and Leeds played Cardiff. The Rugby Union Wales beat England 20-9 in their test match in Cardiff yesterday. The World Cup in France starts in a few weeks, but England's head coach Steve Borthwick says he's not worried.
And also, former foreign minister, Alan Washington post off your comments
He's been back at 10:30 on the BBC Sounds app, on the radio, and on your smart speaker. This
So this is the
which is why they're so furious. But you know, they start
Ukraine hasn't given enough means, you said. What more they need?
you remember that phrase by the issue of the operation across the Mongol.
What about these means that take place in Saudi Arabia? You've operated at high diplomatic levels.
Not much. Although I encourage this,
What is this King's Hill?
I think you will be one of the satisfaction and the evidence quite hard. And the local revenue of the country out of China. Remember one of the has now been arrested because credit card and number two, the morale of the Russian soldiers. There are incidents of Russian soldiers not physically trained and ordered
management those esports that are taking place. In terms of the latest developments as well, which are taking place in Saudi Arabia. And the aim is to try and see the ball moving countries, something for countries within the United States and Canada. All that is strive to find a pathway for the peaceful settlement. Russia has not been invited to settlement. Samir Hashmi's outpost on the police there and is covering the story from the right for us. What's the latest there?
Around Ukraine's appointed formula with by now, what is the great thing for this, or rather, positive thing for them is that
It's bringing on the likes of China. I mean, how likely is that?
I think from the And the fact that he's got Saudis have also got so from that point of view, the fact that something like this was
which encourage asylum seekers to cross the English Channel and access the
The weekend, Madonna and a Playboy Carti here on Beach Radio 1. That is popular. Got some music from Miguel to play. Young T and Bugsy and Henny One on the way. How are you feeling on this Sunday morning? Send me a message, please. I'd love for you to get involved. 03700 101.
For example, around promoting harmful content or extremism, or eating disorders, but away from that content and presenting them on colourful messages or undermining example content that they have searched for. As a primary solution, we also want to be increasing spending or news altogether, such as promoting, as I say, based on the weekly access more those free spaces for children, and also offers of
The reality is that dogs are thousands of people from the thousands in the hotel. We need to get them out of hotels and we need to get them off the barges and out of the military camps too. But because of the complete chaos and shambles of the global asylum crisis, we are going to have to continue in the very short term.
Yeah, if you're in the car right now listening to this, that is the perfect song to sing along to in the car. If you're doing like a long journey somewhere, or just going to the shop, that is sounding so good in the car, and wherever you are this morning on Radio 1. Alright, sorry with you. All the way till 10:30 this morning. Morning to Gemma and Jamie Lee. Currently on their last day holiday in Italy. Catching the last bit of sun as they return to England. Catching the last bit of sun while I catch one from return to sunny England. Loving the tunes on Radio 1 this morning. Morning to Bianca Rajol's got involved this morning. And AJ and Chloe and Elsbury. Okay, so I want to keep the good music coming in. Keep it flowing on this Sunday morning. And I've got to press play on a song from Flower of Love. It's their brand new single, it's called Coffee Shop. And Flower of Love has been a previous featured artist of the month on Radio 1. And this has been described as like a nice, breezy, exhilarated song. And it's a follow-up to a single, Love You. It's brand new music from Flower of Love. And it's called Coffee Shop on BBC Radio 1.
Let's just return to deadline set by Western. Nigeria and Niger. Our correspondent, Chris Womble, has come to Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria, to speak to some people who cut off from their families.
They are bracing for the worst. Many of them were here in Nigeria, but they have never been cut off from their roots in Nigeria. The school has taught them another lesson. All are still gathered from the crisis. They are isolated from their families, so they have been like use here in the community. One of his wives and some of his children are over the border in India. He's been unable to reach out for days.
idan ci za ki matakin na soja a kan Nijar wanda abin ba zai mai daɗi ba. Matsayi na cikin Najeriya kuma na jan Sokoto kuma iyali na suna cikin Nijar. Wanda abu zai zama da tsarin fargaba bisa ga wanda nake da kai idan ko kina cikin fargaba saboda da soja da zai zama tare da su kuma ba su wanda ba su shi na son gudun in kira mata ta faɗi wani labarin ce saboda su da aka yi wani kusan kwana takwas zuwa goma da ba su mafi son kira in kuwa da sassan wani lokaci na kira wani abin da na da kasance ko sabon ko babu ne da shi ba shi ba lokaci ne ya zo da yana cikin wannan kuma kan shi ko kuma shi tare da ita wannan dole akwai damuwa. And here we have a bit of one of the communities that don't actually have to find people. For the time being, this happens right among the residents. So just how to together
BBC Sounds Radio this summer. BBC Sounds app. You can pause and rewind live radio. And with continued listening, you can jump right back into your favorite podcast. Welcome back to another episode of Very Important Details. So whatever you want to do this summer, don't miss a thing.
She fears what it says. So does the world. For the cool years in Miami, there's been no sign that we're listening to digital back that but as I say, any military convention which is further to the license of the region always
some sports news now, and of course the Women's World Cup, where the Netherlands have won 2-0 their match against South Africa. And it's a quarter-final meeting in Spain, also made it to the final 16 are instructing Switzerland 5-1, Japan qualified, beating Norway 3-1, Zealand to watch the game. Within the next half hour, Sweden will be taking on the United States. In the last set, join up who's in Sydney for more reaction at Commonwealth Cup. Hello, Charlotte. So for the next match, USA against Sweden, what do you expect?
Well, expecting any nervous fans. The United States, defending champions for going for a record third World Championship, none of that so far. In the last game with Norway, almost lost out with that shot, then hits the post, and then themselves get it to the post to save the United States. That's how unconvincing they were. But we are very nervous. We haven't given them enough to be confident about the state. But I also think it shows how unpredictable this World Cup is. We talk a lot about newcomers, we talk a lot about underdogs, and we talk a lot about
Short thing here on BBC Radio 1.
Germany knocked out.
Very much the vibe needed on a Sunday morning.
With the US
here on Radio 1 and sorry with you.
looking so isolated.
Got 10 more minutes till Radio 1 anthems.
Nothing can be
All of the good music needed on this final stretch of the weekend. Wanted to come from Scotland. Says loving the tunes already. Getting us through a day of work. Doing some boring housekeeping tasks. Morning to Lisa, Tim, Jenny and Arthur as well. And a bit of a 6-hour drive. On their way to Scarborough for a bit of a holiday. Hope you have an amazing time. I don't know fake laugh that Calvin Harris and Greg James were talking about. Radio presenters that it wasn't that funny, bro. It really wasn't that funny. But she said, morning already. I've loved waking up with you all week. Just to clarify, I was on the radio 6 days a week. And she said, even though my husband Andy might have a problem with that. I've got nothing to say to that in Cornwall. I'm just gonna keep the music going. If you want to shout out this morning, 03700 100. Hey, get involved with the show this morning.
Really quickly, Morocco, when they found out that they were making it to the knockout stage, they were in a huddle in Costa Rica, and they were in this huddle, and then this huddle was started and the players was the sign thanking God, knowing that they loved their time, and now for the first time they're in the knockout stage. And one that makes me emotional is they're not in the knockout stage, and that makes me think that fun themselves. Yes, sir. They knocked out Brazil by having it 0-0. And there was a moment where Manta, that Brazilian player, having saved from last game, was standing with Edgar Bunningshaw and was celebrating and embracing and still saying how much he liked her, how much he liked all those players from the Caribbean. And then Manta saying, you know, when I was playing that time, you know, now he was something and said, I am my daughter to like you. And it just seems like these are the women who this is why this matters. So that is how far everything has come regardless of the results. So I think this World Cup just keeps delivering this amazing moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is BBC News. Now, school holidays will now slowly spend more time with the kids, but as we learn the parents know, people have done all that can be extra family strain. For the charity, Fairfair says non-profit schools and break and more help from the government to see this person to this. Some pictures from a mass that is currently being held by This is Muslim's Father Neil, and where he is delivering a mass. This is the final day of his 5-day visit to Portugal. He will be leaving the country at 20 afternoon down in Father Neil, covers some 100 hectares, that's about 250 acres, and it's actually a new venue that was created especially for the Pope's visit, and for very good reason. Over 1 million people, we believe, are in attendance for this open air mass by Pope Francis. He's in the country as part of celebrations for World Youth Day. He has addressed a number of events, often about bringing his
It's a much quieter day compared to yesterday. So many of us can start to drop this morning, look at some sunny spells, and we'll continue with those sunny spells this afternoon. We'll probably some showers today. That was the scene earlier this morning. It's a few of how starting to deal with that. You can see the showers developing. Maybe it's Scotland or Northern, the West Coast, England and Wales, but it's still a heavy track. I feel a bit thundery as well. Not very breezy around the north, that wind is slightly as well.
London Grammar, how does it feel here on Radio 1? Alright, here this is coming in at 3700 100. We have Anthems at 10 is a live house special. Have a look at it. And the music selections are very, very nice. Now we want to know how your sound tracking your Sunday morning. So let's do this one. This is Heady One, Young T and Bugsy with Princess Cuts. Christian, praise the Lord. More time on the road, if I am fast class, but I say the source. I love it if I could, I was waiting for the chosen. I can't be afraid. I'm going to rest this inspiration. I'm sure I'm taking a lot of generation. I don't know the way I'm supposed to show it. She just see the vision of this love of mine. She thinks that she take a look at it. I'm relieved of what she say. I don't get any of it. I'm still not letting the purpose affect me. I have my trust in God. And every princess cuss for my baby. I don't know how to hit her again. Since I'm 13, I'm the crazy. I'm the wishes. What's the case was no wishes. I didn't have to Good morning, it is 10 a.m. BBC Radio 1, and it's already with you all the way until 10:30. For the next half hour, I expect some live lounge anthems, 3700 100.
Everybody's if the heavens and the dead sea, she's the last true mouthpiece. Every song is getting more bleak. Fresh poison
Well, that's a lot
each
more
week.
today to
You
go.
were born
Maybe
to
some
say,
tasty
heard them
free
say,
barbecue options.
church offers no bathroom.
We just want to hear some
In the bedroom, the only heaven I was sent to. It's along with you. I was born sick, but I love it. And me too,
or on Twitter or X, whatever it's called, right? Here, although whatever it's called, use the hashtag
Amen.
an email, contact us someone, right? Or you can send us a text 074 really looking forward to seeing those pictures. And if you want us to look at your barbecue,
No master the king, where the ritual begins. There is no sweeter innocence in our generation. In the madness of you, only then I am only then
Budget for low income countries has become in the short term the savings target will then nearly double as much as there are results of short-term reduction and a massive impact. Today we're asking, does Britain have a model to help poor countries? To help answer that question, we have Hashtag Raymond. International aid comes from an agreement that certainly grants countries in the world to help the poorest countries. And it's a yardstick which actually only sees a second or so of those countries even after we cut back from 0.7% to the 0.5% that you mentioned, we are still the third largest giver of development in the world. When it comes to the commission of foreign aid. But the other thing I think all is got to think on here is that we know that part of the I there's no clear idea of the government plan to help households with their anything else. We had that selection last year. The government deserves people to vote for them and the people in the UK. So this is absolutely just whether it's a or like so absolutely
Somebody was like, "There's one song," because I literally just did that 30 seconds ago. We started a lot of that back in 2017, covering the legendary Fleetwood Mac. Shane here on BBC Radio 1. Just before that, we have Demi Lovato covering Hosier's Take Me to Church. Alright, we are doing a live now special of anthems this morning. Still got some Sam Fender and George Smith to play. Morning to Sharon Ashby. Morning to Ollie and Amber on the way to Edinburgh. And Lewis and Vicky in Portsmouth as well. Whatever you're doing this Sunday morning, spend with us here on Radio 1. I'd love you to send us a message. 03700 100 100. I'm going to get into this one from Sam Fender, coming back to black in the Live Lounge.
The long-term approach would be to work as a global institution with other countries to try and solve that. We already solved that the reason why that criteria comes down is because first of all, it's in badly spent. That money goes to some of those countries. One of the biggest countries against is Nigeria. And let's be honest, there's a lot of corruption in a lot of those countries. Where is the money going? Who is receiving the money? Sorry, is it actually going to the project? Because a lot of the time, I don't think it is. We have to unpack the number of things. So that absolutely our so-called aid because actually a lot of that money goes to the private
We only said the you go back to us.
Became an independence after war against Britain. Younger than I am, right? We only became independent in 1990s. So what's the point? When today we are selling arms inside the world, which is wrong.
Our responsibilities. We are partly to blame for problems. I mean, that's a very likely, I think, starting out if I think six a number of other issues, which are very interesting and actually is discussed. If I could just address the idea on set, that if we make this country sustainable, then we won't have to spend any money on it. But it's not that you don't have to stay. I found out from home. Now there's just no chance with you and me.
They'll never
They'll be
be
operated in
those who make me stand
for example.
Only love me,
Products.
I didn't need
Companies
me
come
all
in,
along.
them into different projects.
Now you tell me you need
What we
me
need to do,
when you
if I
call
just quickly
me
finish,
on
is
the
develop a
phone.
much more inviting trade policy.
And I
Less
refuse
into
to
our
let me
ideology,
confused with
less
some
protective of our
other
environment,
guy.
and working on the good
The strangers will come.
mutual
Now
benefit.
it's your
So
turn.
the United Kingdom does well at most of the as a Leon, so they want to let out this is what I do for Ben says there is an intrinsic link between trade and behaviour. I think that is the truth. And actually, when we the European Union, which they want us to do, we did so we can trade with partners around the world. Now, the developing economy today on the developed economies on tomorrow. Look at some of the most important countries in the world, Brazil, India, China. These were poor countries 50, 60 years ago and are now important economies. If we want to be close to Britain, then we need to really stand by it and be able to create and help us in our trade and not if it's a mixture of everything up to 200 This country now needs to put themselves and deal with the situation of those that are not
Anderson Hat in the line now in 2019. Covering Lil Nas X's Old Town Road. Morning to Mike and Plymouth. He says, loving the line now special this morning. It's lovely to have all of these fantastic artists join me in the shower. I usually read the messages before I actually say good morning. But that's a nice, wholesome one. Nice way to spend the shower this morning. Morning to Amy, Darcy, Poppy, and Esme. Both on the way this morning, loving the tunes. A shout out to Rose on her 30th birthday as well. And her parents, Penny and Terry, celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary. Very wholesome. Things we love to see. Alright, loads more live lounges to play. We've got some Young Black on the way. We've got some 1975 too. You don't have to be in the shower, but if you are listening this morning, 03700 100 100. How we soundtracking is chilled and relaxed Sunday morning. Here on Radio 1.
Radio 1
For all economic problems, we are
That's so Swansea. They told me that by this time it will be over. I ain't running out of luck, I should have gave them poker. Or they put me on the poster just to match the cover. I'd rather be a Lionel Messi than a Frankie Zola. But these old guys are watching, they're just getting older. And I ain't selling for the legends, that was for the Cobras. You sour like I ain't been trying to spread the culture. I put my heart into this game like it's a flipping donut. Days are getting dark, the nights are getting colder. And my city's getting worse, the stuff is getting vulgar. People want Corona, Henny with some Coca-Cola. When I was homeless, I was sleeping in my dusty motor. But now we're always beefing with some bad promoters. You tell us not to smoke on stage, but we're a bunch of smokers. For my phone soldiers, rest in peace to Diamond Lola. It's like I'm either very clever or I'm just very sober. I'm either very gas or very reserved. I'm a whistle with a mouth, but I'm better with words. Say a prayer, then I'm watching my enemies burn. Listening to Rally Richie or Melanie Burns. And I'm asking for help, then I send them a verse. A bunch of things that will probably never return. And every medal on my shelf is a medal I've earned. And I refuse to sign it, you want some terrible terms. That's what I'm unsaying. Even like an outside with a man that got this stuck together, fucking made a brand shine. Trying to make a speed in the fight, that's not the plan, guys. Everything to my flip, you rock, I'm watching black fuck. God forbid I ever let a label run my life. Swear forever, signing Jesus, know I got it right. And look around my spreads, listen to my summer nights. I'm the DJ for the band, but it's coming next. I'm down never release the side of things. It's not the major ones, it's more the minor things. But every time I let him, I will rap out on my brothers in the trap. He's just waiting for his life to ring. And I'm supposed to be the one to bust him out of me. I hope my brothers know that I still love them and it's just another day in the life. I feel moved, just the baby of life. I feel moved to see. Just imagine when I'm 35, 23 at the top, that's an early rise. I'm modeling it and eating curly fries. Damn, what can I say? I live a murky life. I was saving up my money just to buy an armor. I refused to be a victim when I had the drama. So I like to run and mess up somebody else. Look at that.
BBC Radio 1. Brand new phone, high heels on, cobblestones. When you are youngish, you know nothing. Sequin smile, black lipstick, sends you up politics. When you are youngish, you know nothing. Is anyone trying to find me? Somebody come to me. cobblestones when you're young and sure you change your complexion to find your reflections do you I'm in love, but not with anybody else. Say you in a couple years.
Between interacting
Miley Cyrus is really good making music, isn't she? She did this in the Live Lounge back in September 2020. Actually, a Live Lounge in LA. Cover of Billie Eilish's My Future. Hello and good morning if you're joining us. 20 minutes past 10 on your Sunday, and it's all about the anthems this morning. Morning to Toby, Dan, Ivy, and Wilf. All the way to Stonehenge, enjoying the tunes.
I don't come here to enjoy other people's
Noah, he turned in 3 today. He says, love Harry Styles. He says, loving the chain in the Live Lounge.
More than anything else. It's one that everyone
Grace from
really
Malvern
is
County, couple of food for the pub. Today's Sunday's Rose. Happy to spend the morning with radio and play all the good music. I mean, you said it yourself. I agree. Nicholas, Stuart, and Gracie. Headed to Bath this morning, also loving the tunes. And Charlie, Izzy, Jack, and Mum, all the way from Wales to Leeds as well. Alright, loads of good music still to play. As I said, this is a Live Lounge special of anthems. The vibe is just very chill and relaxed. If you're just getting out of bed, this is the perfect way to relax. Get the dunk out of your eyes, go for a nice little stretch. Yeah, and there you go, put radio on. Okay, so we've got some more Live Lounges to play. Expect some Hold On We're Going Home times like this. And I feel like we should do some of the 1975. This is from 2018, covering the incredible Ariana Grande's Thank You Next on Radio 1.
The first time going to the gym after leaving the change room and being like coming home. I found it super nice, but because honestly, I can see it as a parent. I actually think I was thinking, oh, well, can I connect something there? There are some I'm sorry, you've got a story like this way back in whole population. Yeah, very well.
all their money and their power together in one big party, and this will make it great success of anyone together because they
The Radio 1 All Stars, a very special night now from a couple of years ago. It is now 10:30 though. And for the latest news and sport from Newsbeat, and Charlotte Simpson.
In the US, Tyson Nats, a YouTuber and Twitch streamer, has been charged over riots that happened in New York on Friday. Thousands gathered after he said he was giving out free games consoles. These guys are there.
People started coming out. That's why, like, things started getting across. People started pushing and stuff, but it's like, it was fun.
Police have made more than 60 arrests. The influencer, who's got over 10 million followers, has been charged with at least 2 counts of encouraging riots and unlawful assembly. There have been protests in Pakistan after former Prime Minister Imran Khan was arrested and given a 3-year jail sentence. The ex-cricketer called for his supporters to take to the streets after he was found guilty of not declaring some of the money he'd made whilst in power. Over 100 of his supporters are being held. He is appealing all the charges. People found to have spent time in prison for crimes they didn't commit will no longer be charged for their living costs. Government's changed its rules. It's after a man had a rape conviction cancelled after 17 years behind bars. Andy Matheson is getting money back, but complained about having his prison costs knocked off. And which celebrity would you expect to see at a Taylor Swift themed spin class in LA? Justin Bieber, Cara Delevingne? Well, the influencer Hannah spotted Prime Minister Rishi Sunak in her morning soul cycling class. He'd recently been on holiday over there. Right, spotting some positive news for England's Lionesses ahead of their last 16 match against Nigeria tomorrow in the Women's World Cup. Jared Walsh is back in training after recovering well from a knee injury. And the Premier League doesn't start until next week, but Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta is back in front of the line talking about it all.
The last season is nothing new. We have to start another season in the best possible way and then the right again and try to get that momentum.
They play champions Manchester City later in the FA Community Shield at Wembley Stadium. This is Newsbeat. We'll be back at 11:30.
Radio 1 Anthems.
BBC Radio 1.
Still an absolute banger. That's Linkin Park and Numb. It's Natalie Leary. This is your Radio 1 Anthems. Getting you warmed up for Radio 1 Naughties at 11 a.m. Let me know what you're up to this Sunday. 03700 100 100. Hello to Yvette in sunny Cornwall. Checking in this morning. Hope your boys are back. And hello to Tom in Shrewsbury who says, yes, Nat. These anthems are dragging me through a Sunday shift. Thank you, loving it. Thank you for tuning in, Tom. Lovely to have you here. Now we're going to just take calm one for a Sunday morning. This is one of the Timberland's Apologise. Timberland's back working on new music, which I just think is the most exciting thing ever. Let's do this together.
Hearing what you say, but I just can't make you sound. Tell me that you need me, then you don't have me down. Tell me that you're sorry, didn't think I'd tolerate. Say
BBC Radio 1. I need some shelter, my own protection, baby. Breathe myself inside.
You cut me open and I keep bleeding, I keep bleeding,
Oh, it takes me straight back to the X Factor. That was Leona Lewis and Bleeding Love. Absolutely beautiful. And your anthem this morning with Nat O'Leary. Hello to Kerry and Rich and Luke, who got off to get a birthday cake for Luke. Happy birthday, Luke. And hello to Toby, Danny, Rachel and Helen, who are travelling back to South East London after a great weekend. Wedding in Devon. Glad to hear you having a good weekend. Me, on the other hand, I'm having a fabulous weekend, but you might have noticed I'm sounding a little bit hoarse today, okay? Mark kind of pointed that out. He says, is everything okay now?
Yeah.
Still got bunch of ears. Yeah, I actually do. And I have lost my voice a little bit. I mean, is it giving Phoebe from Friends? Producer Dom's shaking his head. No, it's just bad. Help me out, voice note me, 03700 100 100. I want to hear your voices. Come and help me out.
Never be honest, your heart. Weak little lion man, not as brave as you were at the start. Break yourself, break yourself, take all the courage you have. Wasted on fixing the problems that you made in your own head. And it was your fault. I already did all this time. Deny my dear. Deny my the grace is wasted in your face. Your promise stands alone. From your mother, she's biting your and it was your heart on the line. I really did all this time. Deny my dear. Deny my.
Oh, one of my favourite Mumford and Sons songs. Actually reminds me of my brother so much. That was Little Lion Man. Before that we had Biffy Clyro and that Golden Rule and Franz Ferdinand and Know You Girls. Hello to Rosie in Winchester who would love a shout out for her brother Ollie who's turning 11. I think it's today. These are the perfect birthday bangers. They are babes. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And hello to Sam and Pard who are on the way to Disney World, Florida for a 2-week holiday. Sorry. Wow, you're on a very good Sunday. During the teacher summer holidays, well, you deserve it. You work so hard, so have the best time. Hi to Josh in Nottingham building a new sofa today. His girlfriend Ella wants no part in it and is currently driving to her mum's. Full Ken mode activated. Babes, love to hear it. Here's Lily Allen.
her to our format with Sarah. I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, really difficult. Now we've got time to home something is for Norfolk and supplemental housing and exists supplemental okay, where the hell that is? All I get
Baby, let's get closer tonight. Break my last request, just let me hold you. Don't show your shoulder. Lay down beside me and show my hands. We're going nowhere. But one last time, let's go there. Oh, lay down beside me. Oh, baby, baby. Tell me how can this be wrong? Grant my last request and just let me hold you. Don't shrug your shoulders. Lay down beside me. So I can accept we're going nowhere. But one last time, let's go there. Lay down beside me. Grant my last request and just let me hold you. Don't shrug your shoulders. Lay down beside me and so I can accept that we're going nowhere. But one last time, let's go there. Lay down beside me. Oh, oh, yeah, lay down beside me. One last time, let's go there. Lay down beside me. Three little birds sat on the window, and they told me I don't need to worry. Summer came rising in, so sweet. Little bells go touch on the concrete. Maybe sometimes we got it wrong, but it's alright. And nothing seems to change. And others stay the same. Don't you hesitate. Put your record on. Tell me your favorite song. You can let your head down. Sapphire, baby, I hope you get your dream. Just go ahead, let your head down. You're gonna find yourself somewhere, somehow. Blue as the sky, somber and lonely. Sipping tea in the bar by the roadside. Just relax, just relax. Don't you let those other boys fool you. All of my Afro head, maybe sometimes we feel afraid, but it's alright. And boy, you say the same. The world seems to change. Don't you think it's strange? Girl, put your record on. Tell me your favorite song. You can let your head down. Stop crying, baby, please. I hope you get your dreams. Just go ahead and let your head
call Corinne, Baby Ray, and put your records on. Haven't heard that in such a long time.
Still to come.
On Radio 1.
At 4 o'clock, Radio 1's Life Hacks. Glass and Molly.
But right now, Radio 1's
Hello, good morning. It is Nat O'Leary, and this is Radio 1 Naughties, the show where we throw it back to all the biggest bangers from the 2000s every single Sunday. Let me know what you're up to. 03700 100 100. We're going to be giving away 4 Masters tickets very soon, and I'll tell you all about it.
Radio 1 Naughties with Nat O'Leary.
Oh, man. Open up, man. My girl just caught me. You better catch her. I don't know how to let this happen. What's it? The girl next door, you know? I don't know what to do. So it doesn't do it. Alright. I didn't get in and she told me red-handed, creepy with the girl next door. Picture is when we were both up making love on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that I had given her an extra fee? All this time she was standing there, she never took her eyes off me.
Oh, you really like your woman, access to your villa. Just for fun, you beat this all in your villa. You better watch your back before she turn into a villa. Just review the situation that you call the winner. To be a true player, you have to know how to play. If you say a night, can be so say a day. Never admit to a word that she said. And she claim I you tell her, baby, no way.
But she got me on the counter. Wasn't me. Saw me kissing on the side. Wasn't me. I even had her in the shower. Wasn't me. She even caught me on camera. Wasn't me. She saw the marks on my shoulder. Wasn't me. Heard the words that I told her. Wasn't me. Heard the screams getting louder. Wasn't me. She said I really was over. How you getting that she called me red-handed, creepy with the girl next door. Picture is when we were both up making love on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? All this time she was standing there, she never took her eyes off me. Wanna say that I'm sorry for the pain that I've caused. I've been listening to your reason, it makes no sense at all. You could tell that I'm sorry for the pain that I've caused. You may think that you're okay, but you're completely lost. I didn't give you that she got me red-handed, creepy with the girl next door. Picture is when we were both up making love on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that I had given her an extra fee? All this time she was standing there, she never took her eyes off me.
Yeah, this one right here goes out to all the babies, mamas. Baby mamas. Yeah, I'm like this. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. My baby is wrong, mama. Don't like me. You a hell like having a what's up. Her neighbor was in the studio trying to fight me. Get American Pie, take her right out. That's fine out. I disconnect the cable and turn the lights out. Let her number grandchild is baby, and I don't paycheck. School, daycare, medical bill, I pay that. I love you, mom, and everything. See, I ain't no one to lay down. You want to bring your start cussing me, what my boy is stay down. She never got a chance to hear my side story, we was divided. She had fish fries and cookouts for child birthday, I invited, invited. I showed her the uplifts back when I called through. All you was to fit that lady when I called you. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. He came here down with her. Got a special thing going on. You say it's for love. You say it's for
The quickest muscle, the wet on my mouth, and now decline. King eat queen, then the puppy love things. The younger green, not that crib with the good kiss screen. I hope you feel like this forever, 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 ever, forever, ever. Forever never seems that long until you're grown. And always that the day by day ruler can't be too long. The Jackson, my intentions were good. I wish I could become a magician to abracadabra all the seven. Thoughts of me, thoughts of she, thoughts of he. Ask me what happened to the villain that her and me had. I make so much about it, need some knee pads. It happened for a reason, one can't be mad. So know that everything's cool. And yes, I will be present on the first day of school and graduation. I'm Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. Let me get your flow, sisters. Hey, sister, oh, sister, soul, sister, flow, sister. Hey, sister, oh, sister, soul, sister, flow. In that morning light, diamond on moon and whoosh. Strutting stuff on the street. She said, hello, hey, Jeff, you wanna give it a go? Kitchen, yeah, 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 yeah. Absolute vocals for days. Christina Aguilera, Lil Kim, and Pink, and Lady Marmalade. Absolute anthem for me. Hello to Josh, Leah, Emily, and Aaron who are loving the tunes on a 3-hour drive to Scarborough for their uncle's wedding. Have the best time. It's proper wedding season at the minute, isn't it? Everyone's off to a wedding. I'm off to one next week. It's Nat O'Leary if you're tuning in. This is Radio 1 Naughties. Hello to Tom, Ben and Edim on their way to Wales for a golfing trip. Oh yeah, wants the golf, we love that. And Ant and Remy driving back to Brighton from Enfield after a night with friends. Oh, I love hearing from you lot. So right now, I am giving you the chance to win VIP tickets to Ballmasters 2023. It takes place next weekend in Newquay, sunny, gorgeous Newquay, with the likes of Lord, Florence and the Machine, Dermot Kennedy, Ray and Lil Sims, just to name a few of the incredible artists that are going to be there. And this is your opportunity to be there at the beach, hearing all of these unreal artists. I mean, apparently there's surfing that goes on. I've never been, but our lovely Katie Bitterton and Sam and Danny are going to be there bringing you all the live action. But I've got a pair of VIP weekend camping tickets to give away today. And all you've got to do is come on the phone and play a game all about this year's Boardmasters lineup. So keep listening and I'll let you know when the phone lines are open for entries.
Oh.
Absolute banger. Pretty Green Eyes from Ultra V. It reminds me of like under 18s discos and Waterworld. I spoke about Waterworld on the show last week. It was in Stoke-on-Trent, the one I used to go to, and this was always on. It's an absolute anthem. It's not O'Leary, this is Radio 1 Noughties. I've lost my voice a little bit. I've had a bit of a busy week, I'm not going to lie, guys. I was on TV yesterday, I was on CBBC. I can't even speak at all, can I? And I got slammed on national TV, basically. I mean, can you believe it? I actually can't believe it happened to me. So for years, I've watched CBBC and I've watched like the shows like 50-50, Get Your Own Back, is it Get Your Own Back? Get Your Own Back. And do you know what? I know I'm known about it, but I have always actually fancied a bit of sliming. Do you know what I mean? Like you watch it and think, oh, yeah, I think it'd be quite fun. Let me tell you, it was very, very cold, and yeah, it was so much fun. But you know those weird things that you like kind of watch as you're growing up, or just them weird things you see and you think, you know what? I want to give that a go. I want to try it once. Do you have any of those? 03700 100 100. What's one thing you've seen they've always secretly fancied doing?
My skin is like a map where my heart has been, and I can't hide the marks. It's not a negative thing, so I let down my guard, drive my defenses, find out my clothes. I'm learning to find no safety net to cushion the blow. I bruise easily, so be gentle when you handle me. There's a mercury like a love heart cut on a tree. I bruise easily, scratch the surface without moving. Underneath, I bruise easily. I bruise easily. I found your fingerprints on a glass of wine. Do you know you're leaving them all over this heart of mine too? If I never take this leap of faith, I'll never know. I'm learning to find no safety net to cushion the blow. I bruise easily, so be gentle when you handle me. There's a mercury like a love heart cut on a tree. I bruise easily, scratch the surface without moving. I bruise easily. I bruise
There's a molecule like a love heart carved down the tree. I bruise easily.
Find out tonight from 6. Radio. Destination unknown. Radio 140 is an absolute I'm leaving for a destination I still don't know. Somewhere nobody must have duties at all. And if you like this, you can follow me. So let's go. Follow me. And let's go. To the place where we belong and we must go. We belong to the paradise of love and joy. The nation unknown. Feel those heavy shoulders for more. I got better now. I finally enjoy. Yes, all the people wanna come here and go. Come on and join us. You can do that now. Let's go. Follow me. And let's go to the place where we belong and we are trouble. Come with me. The nation destination
Destination Calabria. Hello, good morning. It's Nat O'Leary, and we're talking about things that you kind of see, like growing up through the noughties, whenever, on TV or in film, that you just think you got to do once. Like, so for instance, I was on CBBC Mashup yesterday and Saturday Mashup, and I got sponged. And I'm not gonna lie, I've looked at that for years and I thought, yeah, bit of me that. Will I do it again? Absolutely not. Will I want to be gunged again? Absolutely not. But it was so much fun, honestly. And it's just one of the things that I realised, yeah, I always watch those shows like 50-50 Get Your Own Back, and thought I really want to be gunged one day. And yesterday I lived my dream. Shout out to Beth who says indoor skydive, but I can imagine it wouldn't be very good. Yeah, so I guess like an indoor skydive, it looks really fun. I suppose would that be over quite quick? I don't know, but yeah, I think that's definitely something that I would fancy trying at least once. We've got a text from 519 who's not left their name, says, morning Nat, I've always wanted to drive a fast car on a Silverstone track. Oh my word! like at 200 miles per hour. Dad, do you know what? Whoever you are, I can actually relate to you because I'm going to let you in on a little bit of a secret. I'm a bit of a tomboy deep down. My voice is gone today, if you can't tell. And I've always really liked cars, and I always really loved watching the Fast and Furious films. And I always used to say to my dad, oh, I'd love to learn how to drift. And he used to look at me like, no, absolutely not. But you know what? Like, I'm not going to go driving around Manchester drifting my car. I mean, I can't actually drift, just disclaimer. But I always thought I'd love to go on a little like racetrack with a professional just to show me how to do like, you know, a couple of donuts. It'd be great. Ollie in Preston says, seeing the new Mission Impossible film and now really want to drive a bike off a cliff with a parachute like Tom Cruise. I mean, Ollie, I don't recommend you do that. It's like when you watch something on a TV show and it's like, do not try this at home. Ollie, do not try that at home. But 03700 100 100, send me in what's one thing you've seen in life, it can be on TV or in film or in just general, that you think, do you know what? I've got to try that once. 03700 100 100. Now, my favourite naughty girls ever, if you didn't know, is my favourite one, Rihanna and Disturbia on Radio 1 Naughties.
No more gas in the red, ain't even get started. Nothing heard, nothing said, ain't even speak. I'm alive, I'm my head, don't wanna think about it. Feel like I'm going insane, yeah. It's a thief in the night, come and grab you. I'm creeping inside you, consuming. A disease of the mind, it can control you. It's too close to come back. I'm pretty lights, living the city of wondering, complaining nights. I talk to my sister, I had a thing twice. They try to follow me up, so they feel my thoughts everywhere.
What time does Sainsbury's in Eastleigh shut today?
Pictures on the wall, they talking to me. Disconnecting on the call. The phone don't even ring. I gotta get out or figure it out. It's too close to come up. It's a thief in the night to come and grab you. It can creep up inside you and consume you. A disease of the mind, it can control you. I said I come on, stop. Release me from this burn I'm in. Try to maintain that I'm struggling.
On Radio 1 Naughties, it's not O'Leary. We're talking about things you have seen on movies or in TV or just in life that you thought, I've got to do that once because I got guns yesterday and I've always got to do it. Will I do it again? Who knows? Meg says, I've done indoor skydiving. Somebody mentioned that they want to try that. And she said it's actually quite difficult. And Tash says, one thing I've seen in a film is 47 metres down. Would love to swim with sharks, but I'd be so nervous that the cage would get broken into. Yeah, me too. New generation and in your arms on Radio 1 Naughties and giving away some Boardmaster tickets. I think probably should, but right now it's time for Radio 1 Newsbeat with Charlotte Simpson.
Radio 1 Newsbeat. Ukraine, where the president says a guided bomb from Russia has hit a medical centre in the northeast of the country. Zelensky posted a picture of a burning building said to be in the Kharkiv region, saying there were people dead and injured. Russia's not commented yet. Our reporter James Waterhouse has more.
President Zelensky called this alleged attack a war crime that says everything about Russian aggression. There are more details on the blood transfusion centre, which he claims was hit. Despite overwhelming evidence, Russia has never admitted to deliberately targeting civilian areas.
In southern Pakistan, we're getting reports that a train's derailed, killing at least 15 people and injuring 40 others. Emergency teams are currently working there to rescue survivors. Back here, former singer of the Lost Prophets, Ian Watkins, is reported to have been attacked in Wakefield Prison. He's there serving a 29-year sentence for child sex offences. The Mirror newspaper says he was stabbed. The prison service says the police are investigating an incident. And the boss of the app, which used to be known as Twitter, says his company will pay for any legal bills of anyone who's been treated unfairly by their boss for what they posted or liked on the platform. Elon Musk told users on the site, which is now called X, to let them know if that was them. In the Women's World Cup, we've had this from England's Alessia Russo.
No one is an underdog here, which is amazing for women's football to show how far it's come and the level of the game right now. We'll be really prepared and really ready.
South England get ready to face Nigeria for a place in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Earlier, Netherlands sealed theirs after beating South Africa 2-0. Right now, it's a goalless game between Sweden and the USA in their round of 16 match. We're going up to England's first ever Netball World Cup final, where they'll play 11 times champions Australia. So after they beat New Zealand yesterday, Lauren's going to be watching.
I think it's going to be a really close, tight game against Australia, but I've faith in the Roses, and we've already beaten once this tournament. England will win by 1 or 2 goals. Come on, Roses.
Tip off set 5. This is Newsbeat, back at 12:30.
On the BBC Sounds app, on the radio, and ask your smart speaker.
Play Radio 1.
This is
Radio 1
Radio 1 Naughties with Netto Dairy.
BBC Radio 1.
Oasis and the Hindu Times. It's Nat O'Leary on Radio 1 Naughty. Before that, we had Doves and Coldplay. Shout out to Joe in Rugby who says, Nat, thank you so much for playing one of the most underrated Coldplay songs ever.
This is
Yes, I'm giving you the chance to win VIP tickets to Ballmasters 2023. Ballmasters takes place next weekend in sunny Newquay with the likes of Lord, Florence and the Machine, Dermot Kennedy, Ray and Little Sims all performing, just to name a few of the incredible artists that are going to be there. And this is your opportunity to be there amongst them, experiencing some of these incredible artists in hopefully what's going to be a sunny festival. I've got a pair of VIP weekend camping tickets for you away today, and all you've got to do is come on the phone and play a game all about this year's Ballmasters lineup. I'll be playing you a montage of songs, and you just have to shout stop when you hear an artist who is playing at the festival. So I hope you've been studying that epic Ballmasters lineup. If you have, and if you know who's playing and you would love to see them live in the Cornish sunshine, then this is your chance. To enter, you need to call us on 03700 100 100. Lines will be open for entries for 10 minutes, and then we'll bring someone on air to play. Get that number ready. It's 03700 100 100. Lines are open now. Standard geographic charges for mobiles and landlines will apply. Please don't try to enter if you're listening back on demand. You need to be 16 years old or over to enter, but if you're 16 or 17, you need your parents' permission to attend. And for terms and pricing, search Radio on socials.
I've been pounding at the pavement, doing this nothing at all. I got my cloak and dagger in a ballroom brawl. See the local loves a fighter, loves a winner to fall. I'll be waiting in the shadows till the day that you fall.
And Underdog, playing for you on BBC Radio 1 Naughties with Nat O'Leary. And if you missed it, this is it. This is your chance to be a Boardmasters next weekend. Phone lines are still open and we are taking your calls for our Boardmasters competition. 03700 100 100 is the number. Get called in and you can be on the show with me live, playing for a pair of VIP weekend camping tickets.
Radio 1, BBC Radio 1.
I come up running. She said, calm down, baby, I come up running. If you're calling out, baby, I'd come running.
I was so safe. I'm going to go to Eastleigh and have my roast chicken dinner, a few cups of tea, and by 3 o'clock I'll be in Sainsbury's and I shut at 4 o'clock. Yeah. Or I could just start and get a Chinese, but I'm not sure yet. The weather is a bit dodgy. I mean, it's sunny, but it's a bit cloudy as well. I'll turn the radio off. Yeah, because it's quite loud, isn't it? I mean, oh, what's this? Toby Carberry, £9. Ah. It's 10 to 12. Oh. Right. Oh. Tobacco. Keys. Vape. Visa. Lighter. Yeah, I feel like a roast chicken dinner. $7.95. Should I get a pizza as well? Yeah. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. I do like pizza. It's crazy. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to say goodbye. What time is it now? 6 hours? Yeah, that's right. Right, I'm going now. Hello, mate. Can I have a taxi from 61 Cox Road to KFC? Cheers, mate. Thank you. Right. See ya.